What's going on, everybody? I hope everybody's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, the 24th of September, 2024. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, all my guys, gals, and in-pals rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body in some kind of ghost in a shell kind of situation, ghost on the half shell, in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm and pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, wherever, whoever, whatever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it on Twitch TV and YouTube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of a consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the cyber future. How are you doing, everyone? Sorry I'm late, but I guess you're used to that by now. No, we gotta get not used to that. Like, we gotta somehow correct that. All right, that's why I'm gonna concentrate on one main piece of content today. A piece of content I've actually been consuming because I really like it, and it was suggested to me. In other words, I would not have known about it if it was not for our lovely Discord, which I shall now shamelessly promote on my own stream. That's right. If you're not part of the Discord yet, get in there, and you too can feed my head with content I would have not otherwise even known about. Oh gosh, it's my affiliate anniversary. Hi, Twitch. Oh my gosh, we gotta do this special Twitch stream soon. Oh, I don't know. God, look, I am not. Oh my God, I'm so tempted. I'm like, well, if it's the anniversary, this would be a good time to do the. We're talking about like a Fallout marathon, subathon kind of deal. The whole deal is this, right? Twitch treats you differently depending on a kind of arbitrary number of subs that you do or do not carry, and it's in ranges. It's in certain ranges, and right now we're in the low range, right? So Twitch treats me like shit. Absolute garbage. Every sub, every donation that you make to me on Twitch, they take half of it. They just scoop it right up. And if we could get a few more subs, they would treat me slightly better. If we could get up to 300 subs, they would treat me really pretty nicely, almost like a partner contract without having the partner contract. So I was thinking there's gotta be, and this is the time to do it, right? Because this month and this month only, you're able to get yourself a sub on Twitch for like, what is it, 3/4 of the price normally you would, right? It's 25% off for this month, and this month only. I guess I should go ahead and put out this thing because it's in my buffer. There we go. Happy affiliate anniversary. That's what they give me. This is how, do you see that sad little birthday hat? This is how Twitch thinks of me. This is how they treat me, right? I'm up in there every day, 5 to 6 days a week, giving people content, and this is how Twitch treats me. We got to do better than that, chat. We got to do better than that. Thank you, Ugly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because I believe in a future, in a cyber future, right? I've been told. It's been foretold, okay, that a day of the cyber future would come. And that day would be a day in which, you know, YouTube and Twitch were back on parity. When I started out, YouTube was nothing. YouTube was an afterthought. YouTube was a place to get, you know, the best of my stuff, or sometimes even the worst of my content, served to you in a horribly edited, terribly thumbnailed fashion, right? It was just a way to kind of build my presence for Twitch. And things have done flipped. Upside down. My life got flipped, turned upside down. Have my Prime sub. Oh, that's really sweet, Miskatonic. Nice. Still have no true what's going on in the Lonesome Road. Wait, are you talking about in Fallout? Down with Maga, says Michael Portnoy. That's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna be busting some glow-in-the-dark MAGA communists, all right? Some strange, weird fuckers. Oh my gosh, is it yeah, it's late enough in the stream that I can say the word fuckers. That's good. You don't want to open up a stream with fuckers. You don't want to say it too many times. You've only got so many fuckers that you can... Okay, I think I've used up my quota already. Yeah, I have a quota. Well, welcome, everybody. So yeah, the main thing I want to cover is this piece of content, this hot piece of content that my own Discord suggested to me. Let me see what it's called exactly. Also, thank you. Wait, no, yeah, this is like a Discord appreciation stream a little bit, right? And then we'll have a Twitch appreciation stream soon. Is the music too loud? I realized that like half of a stream is vibes. Like we run on not totally vibes, but like half vibes. You know, we're running on like half vibes, half ethanol, half Cometrine. Or is it Carmetrine? I don't remember, chat. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, I thought I'd get some bumpin' techno to go on in the background. To just kind of keep things going, because that's what happens in the very beginning. So I need to stay on track. And this kind of music, Four on the Floor, kind of helps me out with that. It's a sad little cartoon hat, that's right. Music is good for me. Oh, it's good, volume, good. Yeah, it's ducking around my voice. You see that when I talk, it gets quiet. When I don't talk, it gets loud. It's wonderful, as long as I've got it set it up correctly. But yeah, what is this? What am I looking at? So yeah, I'm gonna resist the temptation to put too much stuff in here. This is what we're dealing with, right? This guy right here. All right, oh my God, I'm not even showing him to you. Here you go. This dude right here. And this is what my Discord has sent me, so hopefully it's safe. I know Hasan reacted to it, and it's got Hasan in it. It's Hasanception when he reacts to himself, but yeah, again, thank you to everybody in stream suggestions for suggesting things for stream. I do look at them. And I actually looked at this one, and it was just so good. Like, I already have watched the whole thing, so it's a pre-watch situation. Hopefully that's for the best. Who do I have to thank for this one, though? Natalie Marie suggested this one. I don't even know if she's in here, but... Oh, Natalie's got a lot of good suggestions. Including some of them that are on my the bonus content right up there. That's the bonus content. That's what we're doing here. We got bonus content. You can vote for it on the YouTube portion of the stream. Right now, it looks like most of you are voting for Noah Samson versus the anti-breadtube video. That's right, there's an anti-breadtube video that came out using Noah Simpson's likeness to promote itself. And Noah Samson decided that turnabout is fair play, so he's now promoting himself off of the likes of the anti-breadtube video. It's a pretty interesting symbiosis, I guess, is what you'd call it. It's an antithetical relationship, but somehow symbiotic nonetheless. Just like my relationship to the stream suggestions, which, you know, I feel bad because I don't always cover all of it. Oh my God, there's another good video. Rational National has got a video about a documentary on a boat tour of Gaza, the Gaza coast. They've got all these settlers on this yacht, and they're like looking and pointing at where the places in Gaza that they're gonna colonize, I guess. It's pretty awful, actually. Oh my God, so yeah, love for the Discord, right? We got stream suggestions. Did I already give you that invite? Let me give it to you again, just in case anybody missed it, as sometimes happens. You want an event for a second? What's up? Oh no, your girlfriend became a trumpet. She officially joined the Babes for Trump group. She will be going door to door for Trump in Pennsylvania. Not sure how I'm supposed to react to that. Damn Trump brainworms. Oh my God. I feel for you, Michael Portnoy. I feel for you. Here, I'm going to give you this again. This is the Discord link. Now, just understand that we got an air event, just like in Among Us. If you've ever played the game Among Us, which I will continue to call Among Us. I will continue to say Sussy Bakas. Deal with it. Especially Sussy Bakas. Deal with it. You know who you are. But anyway, yeah, this is... we got an air event, just like Among Us, right? So that means when you come in, you see nothing. You see nothing, and that's on purpose, because we don't know who the fuck you are. But just say something to be like, hey, I'm a person, I watch your stream and shit. Please let me in. And you'll be let in. You'll be allowed in. You'll be welcomed in, even, to our Discord, which is not actually small. It's not actually nothing there. There's too much there. There's too much. There's a lot. A lot of posts, a lot of channels, maybe too many channels, right? But I want to pay special attention to some of the channels tonight. The first one was the Stream Suggestions channel, in which if you have a suggestion, as people often do, you can send it to me right there. That is the place to put your little stream suggestion, on a wing and a prayer. It's like you put a paper boat out there into the ocean, and you're hoping that it's going to go whoosh and sail across the ocean, and I'm going to be on an island somewhere. I'll pick it up and be like, ooh, what's this? Like, nice, you know, paper boat. And I'll unfold it, and it'll be your stream suggestion. I'll be like, I thank you for the suggestion. Here we go. But it doesn't always make it, right? The ocean is stormy, and the tides are unforgiving. So many boats do not quite make it there, but some do. Some do, like the boat tonight, right? So yeah, anyway, like I said, Stream Suggestions is one channel I want to point out. It is down in... oh my God, I can't even find it anymore. Is it in Funds? Oh, it's in Suggestions. Yeah, that's a good place for it. Right in Suggestions. There's Stream Suggestions. There's stream clips, right? So the other thing I want to give some love to is the stream clips, because I put it out there on a wing and a prayer that I hoped that people watching my stream would sometimes make some clips. I'm not sure if you know how to. So I gave a little instructions, right? I did in the beginning of stream. I showed you how to do that on Twitch and on YouTube. And you know, the last step that I forgot to mention is when you do this, when you make a clip of me, I want to know about it. I'm curious. All right, I'm curious what you clipped. So feel free to send that to me on YouTube and send your YouTube and or Twitch clips to me in stream clips. That's a great place to put them. So I've got right now 2 little clips. Oh my gosh. And I can't tell exactly who they're from because I'm in streamer mode, right? Discord realizes when I'm streaming and it blocks me out from seeing a lot of people's names just so that you don't accidentally get exposed on stream. I don't know, like not like you're doing anything wrong, but just out of an abundance of caution, I guess that's how streamer mode works. They don't want you to dox yourself. They don't want you to dox anybody else. So they make it so I can't tell. Let me see if I can tell who. Oh, I believe this is Crotchy, actually. I believe this is Crotchy who made this clip for me. So let's see what Crotchy gave us. All right, look at this. It's a YouTube clip. Thank you, Crotchy. This one's called "That's Not What Your Editor Told Me."
I don't know. He's never gonna respond to my points. Well, never gonna respond to my points. How about I just respond to it? It's weird that you brought up my dick more than once. Ever. Fucking weird that you said Brokeback Mountain about me. That's strange.
I mean, I will say this. As a homosexual male, this is the gayest fucking thing I've seen in some time.
It gets worse.
I don't mind.
That's not what your editor told me, Sunday.
Oh wait, in case.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Look, I guess if he's going to be sassy, I'm going to be sassy too. So there you go. Thank you, Crotchy. Thank you for making this clip. Let's see what else we've got. We've got a clip from Shakespeare. Shakespeare has clipped a clip called Touch Your Balls. It's about balls, ostensibly. What? No. Wait, this is not a me clip. Why is this in stream clips? Oh no. Shakespeare chose violence. Shakespeare, what were you thinking?
We got to talk about that you should never do to your testes is not touch them. And what I mean by
No! Can I even look at that?
we got to talk about that you should never do to your testes.
Okay, you know what? That's a weak ban. No, just kidding. It's not a weak ban, but I'm pretty sure they had tennis balls in their pants and they were touching those, right? I don't know why that's in my stream clips though, because like really the stream clips should be about me. I guess it's like to try to expose Sunday, but Sunday's already exposed himself to us in terms of his lack of insight as far as what a actual anarchist literature is, as opposed to literature from anarcho-capitalists who are not actually anarchists. Even when they say in their literature that some anarchists don't even acknowledge other anarchists, they're talking about themselves, because actual anarchists do not acknowledge ANCAPs like Billy Christmas as being anarchists, because they are in fact anarcho-capitalists. You can tell by the fact that they're talking about Murray Rothbard. Why Sunday again? You can't have my real information? I don't know. It's not my fault. Blame Shakespeare. Oh no! No, she's... Well, I mean, I literally did not make the clip, so yeah, don't blame me. But I think we're done with this. Yeah, okay, so he had tennis balls. He had tennis balls. You could see... Yeah, there's no way anybody's balls are that big. If they are, they need to get that checked out. That's a medical condition, right? That's called elephantitis, and it's, you know... I believe there's a 80s movie that goes over the condition of elephantitis. It's a very bad situation. But yeah, we're done with the Suntent for now. Unless chat decides to choose violence by voting for Sunday versus FD Signifier Attack on Titan. I don't know what that's about. But I do know that Sunday finally got his wish and got FD's attention. Little attention monger. Anyway. So yeah, that's me, you know, thanking the people that make clips. So yeah, at least look, these people, even Shakespeare, with a little bit of failure of putting a clip of Sunday in my stream clips, which is not my intention at all. All right, let me just state that clearly. To have Sunday clips in my stream clips. Ooh, it looks like some people... It looks like some people made some clips on Twitch. That's interesting. How shall I demonstrate these, though? I think I have... Do I have, like... Oh, I must have a way of watching these. Okay, so there's, like, probably a special window capture next to my regular window capture somewhere. Okay, there's window 3. Unless it's here. Window 3 is right there. Damn it. Like, I'm trying to remember, what do we watch Twitch on? There we go. Okay, so we're gonna watch this clip. How do I open this up? No, that's not how I open it up. Anyway, this clip is from Miskatonic. Miskatonic, thank you for making clips. If I can just figure out, yeah, share maybe, copy link. And then open that link up right here. All right, there we go. That's a proper Twitch window. I just have to shrink it down. Sorry, chat. I thought I was like prepared for this. Let's make this happen. Oh wait, I already did have a Twitch capture. It just like, oh my god. Anyway, this is a better one. All right, we're gonna switch the view and see the see what Miskatonic has been up to over on Twitch. Wait, you're asking my thoughts on Kamala? Look, the best thing that Kamala's got going for her right now is that she's not Trump, all right? It's an interesting contrast, right? Yeah, that's the best thing that, I mean, it's true. It's true. You know, where's the lie? The best thing that Kamala has going for her is indeed that she's not Trump. That's true. I agree with myself. Imagine that. All right, so we got one, another one from Miskatonic. Take a look at this. All right, this is me reacting to Tyler, it looks like. Take a look what I say about Tyler. As his OTP. Oh, wait, found Dane Cook funny in small doses or found Tyler? But he went unhinged and now he kind of writes his own EFF on stream with Sunday as his OTP. Wait, as his, I'm just reading chat. Was eating a cat on Piers Morgan. I saw that. You know, I don't think we've watched that one. Oh, God, Miska, thank you. You just like cued me into. Oh, Miska's reminding me once again that Francesca Fiorini has been recently on Piers Morgan. And also may or may not eat a cat on Piers Morgan. All right, so wait, do we have one more? Okay, we got one more from 10 days ago. I'm just watching through the... So here's the deal, yeah. If you make a clip of me, I will watch it on stream. If you make a clip of President Sunday, I will probably not watch it on stream in the future because I didn't know that President Sunday was going to show us something that at first looked like TOS, but turned out to not be TOS because it's tennis balls, not actual balls. Thank goodness for that, at least. But yeah, we gotta avoid anything that resembles balls. All right, so we got one more clip to watch here, and then we'll get going. Oh, this is a clip of me watching Hasan on the Ethan starts up the Hasan beef again. All right, so let's take a look here. Once again, we go into the wild world of Twitch to watch a clip of me.
Yet you still chirp on it. Why not chirp on this too?
But little did Hasan.
I thought he was gonna say chirp on these nuts.
He was feeding the thing that would eat him.
I don't know if it's like that. I don't think it's like that.
Wait, Wait, so he doesn't think it's like that Ethan's trying to exploit him? Because I kind of think he is. I kind of think Ethan's trying to farm him.
He was flying too close to the debate pervertry's sun, and all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, Ethan's sitting there with a very large debate.
Okay, yeah, good clip. All right, so Jonathan Ross, thank you for the clip. Awesome. All right, so yeah, that's a good thing to open up with, right? Being interactive here and letting you know that there's a purpose to using the Discord, and there's definitely a purpose to making clips of me, right? I might actually watch them. It's possible. So yeah, once again, join the Discord if you have not already. Let's see if I've got anything. I'll give you once more the link. Oh yeah, let me studio mode that, and I gotta make sure that when we're watching that we're not watching the Twitch window. There we go. Okay, cool. We're back on the Jackson Hink. All right, so yeah, once again, this is the link for the Discord. Right, when I go live, you get a notification, which is pretty cool. What's up, chat? Maybe I do need an accountability buddy for my internet activity. Ooh, God, I put it in restream, so which means it goes out twice. Let's see, I'm watching here. Look, Sunday just killed my views. God damn it, Sunday. Hopefully Trump loses his final stand and the MAGA movement will be done with it. I can't wait to get back to living in peace. We need a nation. We as a nation need healing. I mean, pull an XQC. Wait, what is an XQC? Why did you use Hasan Thirst Trap for the thumbnail? That's what Wikipedia told me was Hasan Piker. Am I wrong? Am I not correct? BreadTube is still a thing, I guess. I don't think... The only person I've ever seen that calls themselves BreadTube is Xander Hall. And that motherfucker's cringe. Right, I feel like... Okay, so here's the deal. What is BreadTube? It's like ContraPoints. H-Bomber Guy. And PhilosophyTube. That's BreadTube. I mean, there's probably more. There's probably more people that you could call BreadTube. But the point about the BreadTubers is that they never called themselves BreadTubers. What the fuck? I swear to God. I just try to be interactive with chat and watch some clips, and all of a sudden I fucking kill my views. I think it's a mistake that Harris was going to the border on Friday. It's admitting she's desperate. Yo, I mean, Trump's desperate. Do you know what Trump's doing right now? He's adopting a Bernie proposal. I'm trying to... Something about, like, credit cards. Yeah, she doesn't need to be desperate. She's actually doing okay. It's close. It's very close. Yeah, the problem with Kamala Harris, both candidates, they seem to have like the wrong instincts. Also, Harris saying she's for ending the filibuster, and Manchin saying he will not endorse. I don't understand her approach and who is guiding her. Filibuster sounds so dumb. If I really want to stop a bill, prove... You know, honestly, it's not... The filibuster is about the Senate. Like, she doesn't have to say shit about the filibuster. I don't know. Look, I think that should they end the filibuster? Probably. They're probably going to need to do that if they're going to get anything passed. I guess that's her signal. That she wants to actually have a productive legislative term. But again, announcing it while you're running for president, probably not the best idea. There are better things that you could announce, right? Like, for instance, the majority of the country is in favor of conditioning arms for Israel on a ceasefire. That is a ceasefire that the Biden and Harris administration have largely given up on, while Israel seems to be swiftly headed to war with Lebanon, which means very likely war with Iran, which could even mean war with like a lot more people, right? This is how you get a world war. And that's not something that anybody should want. But yeah, at the moment, the majority of the people... Now, does that mean that the majority of people are for a free Palestine? No, that's not, you know, what the polls say, right? But at the very least, conditioning arms on, which is the one bit of leverage the U.S. has over Israel on some sort of stand down, right? Because shit's getting fucking scary over there. We will probably cover that tomorrow. Her campaign staff needs to be fired. Trump's so desperate. He's trying to have fake hits. Get fake hits. Oh my gosh, Eric, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. People don't like radical change, Michael. Have you looked out around yourself? People don't like what's going on. And how do you change what's going on? That would be right. Radical change would be how do you change things? By doing the same thing? Is that how you make things different with more of the same? That being said, yeah, the whole Senate, like, people don't understand. People don't understand what the filibuster is, why it's a problem. And I don't know, it seems like nothing but trouble. The president doesn't need to be talking about that. The president's not the one who would do that, right? That would be the Senate. That's the Senate's problem to deal with. If the Senate wants to make if they think they can get more Democrats elected by saying, yeah, we're gonna, get rid of the filibuster. Now, understand that if you get rid of the filibuster, it's probably not coming back. And that means that the next time Republicans, and also oh my God, here's the whole thing. Okay, yeah, no, it's bad. It's bad. Look, Michael Portnoy, I'm going to agree with you that announcing an intention to end the filibuster is bad, but maybe not for the reason you think. The reason I think that it's bad is because there's a decent chance that the Republicans win the Senate, even with Kamala Harris winning the presidency. Even with the Democrats taking over in the Congress, right? It is a very advantageous year for the Republicans. So for the Democrats to be like, we are going to end the filibuster before the race is run, that's, oh my God. You're just giving them an excuse for them to, now I guess it doesn't matter if Kamala's in power, the Republicans ending the filibuster just might give her more bills to have to veto. Which, if she was to stand, strong in her truth, then it wouldn't be a problem. But that's not something that Kamala Harris has shown so far. Anyway, chat, we are almost back to, I swear to God. So yeah. The filibuster it's an American constitutional matter. What do you mean by that? I mean, look, it's not in the Constitution that you need to have a filibuster, right? That's not in the Constitution. That is the Senate rules, and they are adopted every year through a sense of collegiality and comedy, which is what differentiates the Senate from the House. At some point, the Senate found that to be advantageous, right? To sort of have these rules that they play by, this sort of civility politics that they abide by. But ever since the Republicans refused to hold a vote on Merrick Garland, that fucking comedy's been out the window. But yes, saying it before an election, I agree. I don't see what the benefit of that is. Other than just like letting people know that you're going to hit the ground running and you're ready to roll when you get elected, right? I'm not sure what her campaign team was thinking, but I'm also not sure that it's, they like, look, usually when a campaign does something, it's for a reason. So they might have internals that say that the biggest thing that Americans are worried about is for there not to be legislation passed, right? For there to be an impasse, for there to be gridlock, as it's called, right? And if they've pulled that ending the filibuster is somehow like a benefit, maybe it doesn't seem like it would be to me. And like you said, and like I said before, it's not a presidential thing. It's a Senate thing, right? That should be, that should be handled within the Senate. I just don't see what benefit there is to announcing your intention, unless it's really to just push back on the idea of gridlock. But yeah, we got Jackson Hinkle tonight. Jackson Hinkle and Hasan are on this CNN. What is this thing called? Misinfo Nation. This is Donnie O'Sullivan. Donnie O'Sullivan! You know Donnie O'Sullivan? Chat, Donnie O'Sullivan is a Irish gentleman that sometimes does stuff for CNN that Hasan regularly, I don't know if I would say makes fun of. I think Donnie O'Sullivan is like his Grand Theft Auto character, right? Isn't that I've never watched his, I don't watch GTA stuff, so I don't know for sure. All right, so yeah, we're about to get serious here. And part of getting serious is going to be to take a look and see what people are voting for. In the bonus content poll, we have 48 votes. No, sorry, 36 votes. Only 30. Oh my God, chat. What are we doing? What is up tonight? All right, we got 36 votes so far. Noah Samson versus the anti-bread tube video is ahead by 39%. Second place is Foo Fighters and their AIDS denialism, which is like a shocker to me. I don't know much about the Foo Fighters other than they have a couple of really great songs. But apparently Rebecca Watson has a video about them doing AIDS denialism. In third place, we have a tie between Legal Eagle musicians suing Trump and President Sunday versus FD Signifier on Attack on Titan. Again, this is a bonus content thing, so it's not guaranteed. It's not going to happen for sure. It happens when certain conditions are fulfilled. And the main condition is that dono goal goes from 0%, which is what it's sitting at right now, to 100%. Now, it can go there in a bunch of different ways. It doesn't have to, there's no one way for the dono goal to get pushed forward, all right? It can get pushed forward by super chats. It can get pushed forward by memberships. It can get pushed forward by gift memberships. It can get pushed forward by throne donations. It can get pushed forward by people signing up for the Patreon. It can get pushed forward by people taking advantage of September and getting themselves a sub on Twitch. You also are taking advantage of me a little bit because I'll put more money into there than you're actually paying. Thomas Jerome Newton is, let me see if I can say this right. Why would you be thinking of Tolkien Brug for feck? Tolkien Brug? Am I saying it right? Oh my gosh, I'm not Irish enough. But Donny O'Sullivan is, and he's got this report on Jackson Hinkle. Not just Jackson, also Hasan, and some weirdo named Charmhole. Some weird, I don't know anything about Charmhole other than apparently he was like homophobic to Dylan Burns at some point. Some kind of weird right-winger who turned into a Maga communist. But he's before my time, right? This was somebody that was on Twitch. I think got banned from Twitch before I was even. Dave Grohl is stupid, damn it. I somewhat like his music. Me too. I'm a Nirvana kid. Nirvana's got some bangers. But and so do the Foo Fighters, right? So it is kind of, it's very disappointing. It's extremely disappointing. You did grand, Kylene. Kylene, oh my gosh, you called me Kylene. I think that's good. Thank you, Thomas Jerome, and thank you for opening up a sub goal for today. Now, I don't know whether to round your, I'm going to feel generous, right? And round yours up to 3. I don't know exact, wait, no, actually I got to round it down to 2, don't I? It's like closer to 2. God damn it. I'm sorry. I was like trying to be generous here. But regardless, when something happens, when a dono gets made on YouTube, on Twitch, on Patreon, or on Throne, the sub goal gets pushed forward a little bit, right? The boulder starts to roll up the hill. It's amazing. It's amazing that it can do that. And it rolls up the hill a little bit at a time. And you've also got the ability to tell me in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content. Which is your preferred bonus content? If you want to see Foo Fighters, AIDS denialism. If you want to see Legal Eagle musicians suing Trump. If you want to see Noah Samson take on the anti-bread tube video that's apparently made with him in the thumbnail. Or if you want to see Sunday versus FD Signifier on Attack on Titan. You can let me know in the chat. You can also tell me Fallout New Vegas if you want to see that happen. That should be happening soon, right? I plan to do some kind of a marathon Fallout New Vegas stream. Or if you want to throw it back to the people voting in chat, right? You can say Vox Populi. That means you believe in the voice of the people. You believe in the people to make the right choice on bonus content. And you want to emphasize the vote and de-emphasize the donations. You can say Vox Populi. Otherwise, you're going to kind of emphasize the donations by helping out your favorite subject. And you'll merely need to tell me in chat which of these subjects you want to see as bonus content. So like I said, chat, I'm trying to do shorter streams, all right, for several reasons. One reason is that I need more time to edit. The second reason is that I need to get, you know, I'm supposed to be streaming like 4 hours earlier than I actually stream. I'm supposed to be streaming way earlier, and I don't because I get to bed so late. It's a vicious cycle, right? So yeah, part of trying to stream for less time is to get myself out of that vicious cycle. What the fuck is on Hinkle's? Why is that a picture of Canada and the United States as one nation? I just noticed that. But yeah, one reason is to get me to go to sleep earlier and wake up earlier so that the stream starts on time and we get, you know, we're back on our regular schedule streaming time. And the other is because people have expressed to me a very disturbing dynamic, right? There's a lot of people that really care about the stream, that support the stream a lot, and that like to support the stream at the very beginning of the stream. But they come out in like hour 1 and they support the stream and they say, I want to see X for, like, you know, they should get a reward. The reward is you get to help pick what bonus content we do. So they come in, they selflessly give to make it sure that there's bonus content for everyone on the stream and that I am supported and I can go on and do my thing and make content and stick around. And then they get rewarded by the bonus content being pushed back to like 6 hours from when they donated. And I get it. I get it. That sucks. We gotta do something about that. We gotta stop that, right? That's not okay, right? So that's the other reason that I want to stream for less long, because it makes it, you know, either the bonus content is getting pushed back if I do like a super long stream, or the main content, right? The content that's on the thumbnail, which is usually the reason that people are here. Or the main reason anyway. I think MAGA communists believe the US should annex Canada. Oh my god. Is that actually beneficial to the US? Isn't there like a benefit to the United States, like having a dependent country rather than...
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Suntent.
Suntent! Yo, I thought nobody loved Sunday. Oh my god, Just Julie, thank you for renewing your membership. On YouTube. On youtube.com. Okay, so we got to put this up to 12% and then 15%. And yeah, when you donate, make sure to let me know which of these topics you want to see. But yeah, as a result, I'm just like letting you know that I will be streaming for like a shorter time than normal tonight. I'm sure some of you will appreciate that, actually. Especially those of you who have been bothered by the fact. So 10% to Suntent. Suntent's getting an extra 10%. Has Davy Cliff, have you watched this yet? Have you watched the interaction between Sunday and FD Signifier? I've heard various things about it. The other thing I need to mention is that the top of every hour, which is coming up, there's a 3-minute ad break. There's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, this is your chance to get yourself out of that ad break. You can do so for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You can do so for a reduced price of, I think, like, what is it? $4 now, maybe less. Because it's September, right? You got a special deal this month only. And you could also possibly do it by being gifted a sub, although, that happens more often to people who are active in chat. Miskatonic, thank you for the resubscription on Prime. And that pushes us up to 18, and then Thomas Jerome pushes us up to 20 with Puerto Rico, Puerto Libre, ya bastards. I need to get better at my Irish accent. I can't do it. I actually did an Irish accent at one point. Random Girl 3PO says, in Fallout lore, America annexed Canada. You're right. I remember that. Yes. Fallout is a great series. Ipso facto, America should annex Canada. Oh my gosh. Random Girl 3PO, I love how your mind works. So we can have Fallout in real... That's what we need. We need Fallout in real life. I'll move to the...
Just_Julie super chatted $7.77.
Aww.
Hope you're feeling better, Irene. People hugging if you want to put this to order. DS denialism danger disappointed.
Oh, I am feeling better. I am feeling way better. Yeah, I think I just ate some bad watermelon yesterday. I think that was the main part of my problem. That, and like I said, when I stopped streaming for a few days, the first day back is always weird. You just watched it? What, the FD signifier thing? We're not dependent on, oh no, I meant militarily. Sorry, Lady Badash. I shouldn't say, but we acknowledge the US could wipe us out with a fraction of its military. I just mean that, like, you're not that far from being Ukraine. But you're not going to be Ukraine because the US has got all kinds of strategic bombers stationed in Alaska. Oh my god, I sound like I'm being a simp for the US government. I'm really not trying to. I'm just saying that your whole existence in Canada is dependent on the military industrial complex. Can we get some Mick W in chat? Military industrial complex W. But just Julie, a 777. Even though I have to round it off, I love that you're donating 777. I have not, but Sunday has a bad habit of saying kind of racist stuff, so I bet it's not the best. Yeah, well, look, I don't... Okay, so for the record, all right, Sunday's antipathy towards FD signifier, I think, is more of a play for a certain audience with a high level of implicit bias. Does this make sense? Rather than a necessary reflection of implicit bias, of that level of implicit bias from Sunday himself. In other words, I'm talking about white fragility. There's a big white fragility audience that wants to call themselves leftists, but they don't want to hear anything bad about white people. They don't want to be aware of their whiteness, okay? And when they watch FD signifier, sometimes they become aware of their whiteness and it doesn't feel good. So they want a Vosh to push back and say, no, FD signifier, you are the real racist. I think that's what Sunday's playing to. I don't want to make any conclusions based on that this is representative of Sunday's actual, beliefs. Because that, yeah, again, I'm being entirely too good faith, entirely too generous. I think Sunday came across more convincing, but I haven't finished Attack on Titan. And there's a difference too, because from what I understand, Sunday watched, or Sunday played, Sunday, oh my god, what is it? Okay, Sunday watched the anime and FD read the manga. Right? So if you're, and they're different. The manga and the anime are different. He wants Vosh's audience. He's got a good portion of Vosh's audience. He's built his brand off of Vosh's audience. And if you read the leaked emails that he, or leaked DMs between himself and Tyler, and this is on Sun, like, right, he's doing that to expose Tyler, but I feel like he exposed himself. And one of the things he exposed is that he is trying to build his very own little white leaf network. which is not great. We've already had to take down one of those. I don't want to have to take down another. Who am I kidding though, chat? Foch takes down himself. I've got very little to do with that. Okay, wait. I'm just making sure, have I got everybody's... Joint Specialist says, if there's a constitutional convention again, Canada could join the Union. Do you think Canada would want to join the Union? Would there be an advantage for Canada? I feel like the United States, like, it kind of has Canada just where it wants Canada. I don't know. Would there be an advantage? Maybe I don't know enough to know that. He wants... my ex-wife left me a NAFO t-shirt when she left. Yo, NAFO's looking worse and worse. Obviously, Ukraine should not be taken over by Russia. Vladimir Putin is an absolute scumbag. But I just keep on hearing sussy stuff about NAFO.
Apollo 13 flight controllers.
It's like legitimately... I don't know much about it, right? They're little Doge people on Twitter that have Ukrainian flags in their profile, and I don't know much about them other than like Dylan is one. So I'm trying to not make any jump to any conclusions based on that. The Delunchka, the chosen one, the actual ghost of Kiev himself, Delunchka Burns is a NAFO member. JJ McCullough thinks that Canada should join the US because we are culturally similar. I mean, that's not untrue. YouTube keeps trying to put mini ad for some bullshit right where the chat box is. I haven't seen that one yet. I know that they're rolling out some new stuff, right? So has anybody come across the pause ads yet? The pause experience, as YouTube's calling it. I had to reset the stream like 3 times to get rid of it. YouTube on the phone. Okay, it's on the phone. Yeah, supposedly there's a functionality where they want to add ads when you pause. So you have the video paused, right? And an ad jump scares you. Canada is like a Europeanized contrast. It's Europeanized in contrast to the US. It's necessary to keep the British sane and Statesian draft dodgers to flee. Oh yeah, that's an important thing. Zelensky's corrupt too. There would be an advantage to Canada joining. There would be a benefit to the US joining the Dominion of Canada for free healthcare. That's true. I like how you think, Lady Badash. I like how you think. JJ McCullough is a right of sinner dingus. Yeah, from what I've seen, you're not wrong about that. OG NAFO account was outed. That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's not like maybe all of NAFO, but it's like some of the main people that, and you know, they kind of downplay, you know, things like Azov, which are not look, let me be clear. Azov is not a reason to support Putin. Azov does not justify Putin's bullshit, you know, mission to supposedly denazify Ukraine. Like, that is just Putin looking for a rationale. But at the same time, there is a Ukrainian, you know, nationalist strain that traces itself back to what's his fuck? Bandera? It's basically an online troll farm of a 40-year-old basement dwellers. Damn. Jay McCullough is culturally a bottom. Yo. Wait, a cultural bottom. I need to know more about this. But anyway, we should get on to the content. Hetsoff, Asoff. Oh my gosh. The only word I know that with het is like in Dutch, you say like het is good or something, but I don't know what. Is that kind of like Headshala in Dragon Ball Z? Probably not. I'm trying to figure out what Thomas Jerome is saying, but thank you for the super chat, Hetsoff, Het Asoff. No offense, you dumb Yanks, but I like not paying for healthcare. I mean, Kelsey, you're not wrong. Yeah, I would hate for Canada to get annexed by the United States in a way that, like, overrides their laws. Het is Niet. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Yeah, Niet. Sof. Niet. Azov. Okay, yeah, Niet, I know. From watching Russian Treasure Island and nothing else. Don't go dissing bottoms. That's what I've heard. Okay, anyway. So yeah, we've got the content for tonight. It's right here. It's Jackson Hinkle. And I'm gonna resist the urge to do, like, I don't know. Oh, hey, Playo TV. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. Wait, what does Playo say? I'm sorry, I was reading, I was really intent on reading YouTube chat for a second. Playo says, I'm so disturbed. I was called, That's not cool. Are you dealing with, like, harassment? What's going on? I was asked by a mod, and he said I'm a... Wait, a mod? Like... Oh, wow, that's a great sample to go off. Oh my god. I was just trying to find some, like, chill tunes to start the stream off with, and instead I find from a channel. Yeah, that's, Miskatonic says, I think most people, most of the NAFO people I met just, like, sticking their finger in Russia's eye. That's what I mean, like, fuck Putin, but... I don't know, Playo, but there's a lot of drama on Twitch, right? There's a lot of drama. Actually, I'm assuming, you're a streamer on there, or like, wait, I should not assume, though. I'm assuming you're a political streamer? Actually, that's another assumption I shouldn't make. Why do I always want to make assumptions? I mean, I just know that there's a lot of that kind of shit that goes, that a lot of accusations that got tossed around in the world of political streaming. There's another prominent NAFO account who used to post on Stormfront. Yeah, I keep on hearing this shit about NAFO. What's up, Doug Ford? Anyway, we need to get started. We need to get started with actual content here. So, like I said, I'm going to resist the urge to put extra stuff into the stream. I'm going to try to just do one subject for once so that we're not streaming for that long. And so that if we hit the sub goal, which we're... have I got everybody's subs counted? Oh, yeah, the only thing I need to know is if you donated, right? If you can let me know which of the topics... Foo Fighters, AIDS denialism, Legal Eagle, musicians suing Trump, Noah Samson versus the anti-breadtube video, and Sunday versus FD Signifier. So far, I've only got 10% for Sunday versus FD Signifier. If you've donated, or you've subbed, or, you know, membered up, weaseled up, feel free to let me know in the comments which of these topics you want to see as our bonus content, right? We're at 28% of the dono goal right now. If we get, this is like a, I don't know, an hour-long video. It'll probably take me 2 hours long to do it. But if we get to that dono goal by the end of the stream, we will indeed see extra content. And it depends on what you vote for. Right now, Noah Samson versus Anti-Breadtube is winning. And it also depends on what people say when they donate. So just feel free to let me know. And this goes for whether you're donating with a super chat, super sticker, you're getting yourself a membership, you're gifting others memberships. This goes whether you are signing up for Patreon or you are donating to my Throne account. This also goes for any of you on Twitch who are getting yourself a sub during the month of September. Breadtube, says Miska. Breadtube it is. Breadtube it is. All right, so Breadtube gets 3%. So Noah Samson's eating well. Actually, Noah Samson is eating well, like in terms of eating the drama mongers, right? They're fucking all over him now. They're all over him, right? All the drama channels, they're going after Noah, and it feels like he's just monetizing them. So anyway, that's winning right now. We'll see what's winning by the end of the stream. Just make sure to let me know in the comments, in the chat, which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content if you end up donating, and we'll get started. All right. Oh my God, and Waluigi's fallen off. Let's sit right up here. There we go. That's comfortable. Okay. Okay, then. So I gotta press my buttons. That means this button. That means this button. And that definitely means we're gonna be pressing some of this button. Even though where we end up is right here, right? This kind of mode right here. All right, so what do we have here? We have Jackson Hinkle, I believe. Jackson Hinkle is at a press conference. Now, this dude is like, I think he used to be a Twitch streamer. Anybody want to fill me in on some of the Jackson Hinkle lore? I know this guy was a Hasanabi head back when Bernie was running, maybe in 2016. No, was Hasan even a thing in 2016? I feel like 2016 is before Hasan. Wario, close. It's actually Waluigi. You watched me yesterday? Nice. We just ignore Quebec, which is very effective. I mean, who knows what they're saying anyway, right? XQC, I can't understand what he's saying. Even when he's speaking in English, I don't understand what XQC is saying. Canadians have French people, I always forget. Yeah, Twitch was Twitch streamer. Was a Twitch streamer, yeah. Hasanabi had, at one point, was a Twitch streamer, was a Bernie bro, became maybe like a dirtbag leftist on his way to MAGA communism. Became a infrared Haas orbiter, and then usurped the throne of the MAGA communists, right? Became more influential than Peter Coffin, Infrared Haas, or Caleb Maupin, and is now is now making a shit ton of money on X.com and on Rumble. I remember Hinkle debating Sam Cedar. It was super weird. Yeah, Sam didn't know what he was getting into. Sam didn't know who this guy was, what he was talking about, what he was about. And I think Sam was just confused for that whole debate. All right, so what do we got? Misinformation, the lost left. And again, chat, remember, this was suggested to me in my Discord through stream suggestions. And I'm always open to your suggestions. Although I do not take them on stream, a little counterintuitive, I take them in Discord under stream suggestions. So if you're not a member of the Discord yet, hit that link and join up. You'll have to wait a little while, or like, you know, you won't get in it, like, right, there's an airlock, right? You get in there, it looks like there's nothing there. But if you say like, hey, I'm watching you on YouTube, I'm watching you on Twitch, or, you know, just let us know you're a real person, then we'll let you in. And you'll get to see the entire Discord, including stream suggestions and stream clips. Stream clips, remember, if you make a clip of me, that's where you put your clips. So if you want the clips to get watched, you know, your best bet is to put them in stream clips. If you want a suggestion, you know, if you got a YouTube video, some spicy content for me to suggest, put it in stream suggestions. As always, try to make sure it is Twitch safe and it is abiding by TOS. But yeah, we'll give it a watch. Anyway, so here we go. We're going to get started with this Misinformation Nation, Misinfo Nation, the Lost Left. And thank you for the suggestion. Hopefully we don't get in trouble for watching this.
And there's a subtle art to
Oh, it's so loud.
like making sure there's plenty of refreshments, creating room for stimulating conversation. At a good conference, you can feel like
Oh my god, I'm so worried about this music, though. This music's gonna get me clapped.
you're at home. But sometimes conferences are a mixed bag.
Cameraman of the year?
Why is he here? What conference is this? Is this DNC?
Sometimes you get a warm welcome.
It's Danny O'Sullivan. No, here's the deal, all right? I don't have an Irish accent. Unless I am around Irish people for any significant amount of time. And if I'm having a conversation with Irish people, eventually my vowels shift. And I get to the point where other people ask me, if I am American, if I am Canadian, or if I am in fact Irish. So that's a thing. Maybe this will happen during this very stream. I don't know.
Sometimes you get harassed. Sometimes you even get hacked.
You arrived in Vegas and got hacked within an hour?
Sometimes you have to make your own fun.
Yep. Oh.
It's Memorial Day weekend and I'm not at a barbecue or watching a parade. I'm in Michigan for one of the biggest gatherings of pro-Palestinian activists in the country. But someone who is not welcome here is a 24-year-old named Jackson Hinkle.
You're not prepared to admit that Israel's a terrorist organization.
Yeah, but you're wrong.
Kim Jong-un is a peace-seeking leader, despite what, the talking heads say. We're going to de-NATO-fy Ukraine, and we're going to de-Nazify you.
All right, you just sound completely bonkers.
Jackson is holding another much smaller event for Gaza across town.
What's your name?
Mir.
Pronounce fine as fine, for fuck's sake.
Mirk? Yeah. Nice to meet you. How are you?
He and his followers call themselves Maga communists. And that isn't supposed to be a joke.
Hey, so you guys always with Jackson?
They are a joke.
You're a journalist?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
Do I not look?
Wait, he looks like a young Jackson. Doesn't that guy kind of look like Jackson Hinkle's younger brother?
Like one?
The first journalist I ever met.
Well, you've come all this way to be here.
Yeah. I feel like Jackson, he always speaks what he thinks. He doesn't have a filter.
All right, it's about 30 minutes to go. But yeah, let's see if they sell it out. I don't know what to...
Let me see if I can say 30 minutes. It's about 30 minutes.
Do not know what to expect. A lot of kids in suits.
Reminds me of Groypers.
Among the suits,
I mean, I don't think they're Groypers, right? You gotta know your ridoids. And no, there is a intersection, right, between the Hinkleoids and the Groypers, right? There's some people that watch Slippery Nick, and in fact, I think we're gonna see one of them. I think Charmhole himself fits under this rubric.
Democrat turned MAGA communist in a Hawaiian tank top and flip-flops.
The fully CNN documentary on this guy. It's not just about Jackson. Oh no, there he is, chat. See again, that's Charmhole. This is before my time, right? I started streaming, in the 2020s on Twitch. And so a lot of this old school stuff, it's not like I've heard of these people, but I don't know anything about them. All I know about Charmhole is that he said something homophobic to Dylan Burns.
Calls himself Charmhole.
Charmhole.
Free Breezy says, "Hey NCC, are you Canadian, American, or Irish? I'm not sure now. The more I start listening to this guy, the more my voice is gonna start changing."
Follow me on everything.
Follow him on nothing.
So that's your online name?
Yeah, my online name.
Not
my actual name is Adam Service.
Okay.
I'm incredibly American, born and raised in Ohio.
So you're...
Oh no, not Ohio! Ohio, chat. Ohio mentioned.
Streamer?
Yeah. I've been.
Are we gonna get brain rot from this?
A few times. They don't like me because I'm very political, like these guys. My heroes, which is weird to say since they're younger than me. But
these guys are your heroes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Seriously?
Yeah. I wouldn't be here if they weren't.
Charmhole sounds like a sexual innuendo. Yeah, it does.
So are you a MAGA communist?
Absolutely, MAGA communist. I used to hate Trump. I would call him old. Not sure if I'm allowed to cuss or say bad things.
No, you can cuss. Yeah.
You can, as long as it's about as long as it's about Trump, you're allowed to say it on CNN. We have Trump derangement syndrome over here.
Well, yeah, no, I used to call him
Orange man bad. Orange man very bad. I'm not doing the accent right. That's not even an Irish accent. What's wrong with me? Oh my god, chat. Yeah, it's that is a problem. That is a problem.
Retard stuff like.
Oh god, we gotta love the Chud Logic word getting Chud Logic has been invoked. Chud Logic's favorite word, which we now call the Chud Logic word, because I get tired of saying the R slur. It's not the R slur, it's the Chud Logic word.
I was a big Bernie bro, and I was like, I'll do anything for Bernie, anything, right? And that's why I love these guys, because they just assume you're smart. They're gonna
look, chat. My theory is this: if you end up getting called a word a whole bunch of times on the playground growing up, maybe when you become a Twitch streamer with some clout, you you want to call other people that word on your Twitch stream. That's my theory, because to me it is very much a playground insult.
All the smartest stuff, and if you don't get it, then you're just going to miss out on the next big thing, which hopefully is MAGA communism, or at least America's form of communism.
MAGA communism.
MAGA communism.
So fucking online. So terminally online.
You know, people watching CNN are going to say, you're crazy.
Absolutely. I would hope so.
Yeah, fucking CNN, right? Although, seriously, though, fucking CNN, right? Like, what is their audience like? Like, who watches CNN? I mean, we're watching CNN, technically. I mean, I watch a lot of cable news, like, it ends up, you know, but I'm not, like, purposefully watching CNN. MSNBC is hard for me to take. CNN is just, ugh.
How's it going, everybody? All right. This is great. It's good to be here. We actually have CNN in the building with us tonight. They're filming some propaganda documentary, which
The crowd here was mostly male and mostly white.
you know, today's event is called Free America to Free Palestine. Shout out to the AI gods for giving me this beautiful shot of the
What? Wait, this is AI?
Mostly white.
You know, today's event is called Free America to Free Palestine.
Oh no, that is so cursed. That is so cursed. Right, like, can we remind ourselves, what is Palestine up against? Would it be settler colonialism? And I would be pressed to find a better cultural representation of settler colonialism than that image right there. Plus, the AI just gives it that, it makes it pop. Right now, AI horses, nonetheless, right? We're very Voshian right now. Oh my god, chat, do you see that? This is, AI has got 2 saddles and 2 cowboys on 1 horse. We've got a Palestinian flag, but it's a Palestinian flag that has just been bought from Amazon.com and unfolded. Like, you can see it was folded into a square. You can see the wrinkles, right? That is a fresh out of the Amazon box Palestinian flag. There is 2 cowboys riding on an extra long horse because AI. What else are we gonna have, right? If we have, it's a little bit diagonal, right? I feel like we would be able to see more of this if it wasn't, but yeah, this is an image of great irony, right? And this is not inconsistent with MAGA communism. They have no sympathy towards colonized people on this continent. And yet they feign sympathy for Palestinians because it is a way for Jackson Hinkle to grow his Twitter presence. Anyway, why aren't the cowboys naked, right?
Shout out to the AI gods for giving me this beautiful shot of the
Le cheval du beurre? A butter? It kind of is a buttery horse.
Cowboys.
Oh, I forgot about the butter horse. Thomas Jerome, I forgot butter horse was a thing. Free Leonard Peltier, free Palestine.
With the Palestine flag. We need to stop supporting,
No flagpole either. It's just somehow standing up.
you know, these genocidal maniacs. And we need to, of course, arrest everyone who is committing these crimes.
But the genocide in the U.S. is fine, like, right? That's okay, right? Just the one going on in Gaza. That's the one that no, you're supposed to be against all genocides. But again, these are MAGA communists, and you will find their ideology, if you can even call it that, is riddled with inconsistencies. It is as much of a meme ideology, I would say, as anarcho-capitalism is fundamentally incompatible.
At this very moment, which is almost all of Congress and the White House.
But Jackson had barely started speaking about Gaza.
I've been to Russia, I've been to China. Their major cities are much nicer.
Before he launched into pro-Russia and pro-China talking points.
No, Russia's better and stronger than ever.
Yeah, I heard the bread was really good in Russia. You heard about this, chat? They have a nice Subway, and the bread is really... You smell the bread when you buy it. You can buy bread in the grocery store. It's amazing. It's amazing, right?
Before, and their leader has a very high approval rating.
Oh yeah, he does, right? I'm sure those polls are really reliable. Yeah, he wins. He regularly wins his elections by 97%, right? That he's extremely popular, Mr. Putin. That's right. Good point.
More America supports real terrorist entities.
No, but seriously though, Putin is popular. From what I know in big cities like Moscow, where the Ukrainian the special project. Remember, it's not a war. It's a special project in Ukraine has not really caused that much of an effect. But outside of Moscow, where people are actively being forced into the army with no weapons and no supplies and no training, right? Putin is much less popular.
Like Israel, real terrorist countries like Ukraine, the more that we strengthen our actual enemies. And I will just say,
genocidal maniacs while he's speaking behind a logo of Canada annexed by the US. Whatever happened to megatankyism? I feel like Haas must have been like faded when he made that.
Ask me again. No.
I think Haas was playing like, what's it called? Death Stranding. I think that's where he got. It's like one of the. It's like some video game that inspired him.
I do not condemn Hamas. Very simple.
Jackson's social media following skyrocketed after the October 7th attack on Israel.
Joe Biden is plunging us into.
And I gotta wonder, is this any accident? Because yeah, the pro-Palestine movement was appealing to people, but why Jackson Hinkle? Why Jackson Hinkle of all people, being somebody that goes into the top tier of Twitter influencers?
To a fascist state.
And he's a big fan.
I mean, given how Elon feels about the Palestinian movement, I'm surprised that somebody like... I'm surprised he wasn't banned, and it's suspicious. It's literally suspicious. Like, it feels like some kind of weird controlled opposition thing going on.
Vladimir Putin.
Most of what is said about Vladimir Putin in the mainstream press is just factually not true. We as communists want to unite with Maga voters and finish the job of Donald Trump.
Who's that other guy?
Mainstream press is just factually not true. We as communists.
From OAN. Oh, geez. Wait, these fuckers have like a look to them, don't they?
Want to unite with Maga voters and finish the job of Donald Trump.
Like the younger reactionaries, they have a look.
As the event came to a close, superfans lined up to meet Jackson.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
That was the most inspiring thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I've seen Barack Obama speak. That was something to behold, for sure. You see all the people there and you think, wow, I'm really a part of something.
I really cannot tell if you're doing a bit.
But not everyone who came here was a fan of Jackson's.
Now, what did you think?
I think he's an insane person.
Insane?
Yeah, I think he's insane. Rightfully criticizes America where they should be criticized, but then glorifies the Chinese Communist Party, North Korea, terrorists, that have kidnapped and murdered people. I think it's weird how he ties himself to MAGA and MAGA communism when...
Wait, what's that hat? What, Zion National Park? Huh? Is he wearing that to like a now understand, right? The context of this is that Donnie O'Sullivan attended a Free Palestine conference and then mentioned one person who's not welcome here is Jackson Hinkle. He's actually doing a conference on the other side of the town. That's this conference. That's where Charmhole was. That's where this guy was. But I almost feel like wearing a Zion National Park hat into, this den of MAGA communist pro-Palestinian LARPers, because remember they're very much using the Free Palestine movement to for Jackson Hinkle's personal clout. I feel like him wearing that, it's got to be intentional. It's got to be to who is this guy? Anybody? Is this the Steven Crowder guy?
Donald Trump is the most pro-Israeli president that's ever lived. MAGA, communism are complete polar opposites of each other.
I mean, he's not wrong about that, but he's saying it like it's a good thing. I think this is the Steven Crowder guy. Let me see if I can find this.
Yeah, I'm going to try to speak to him.
Okay.
I'm going to do so as a gentleman.
As a gentleman.
Nice to meet you.
Lane Kendall, a provocateur in his own right.
Let's ask about
Who
Palestine.
propped up
Let's
Hamas?
ask-
Why do we think Hamas had the ability to do what they did?
That's called propaganda.
Has a history of appearing on online conservative media.
There's one thing when you talk about it, I want to make sure I understand. When you go into things about China, Russia, Iran, especially China, you omit so much about them. I'm from Texas.
Wait, let me just make sure. Let me make sure I know what I'm talking about here. This is Steven Crowder. Look, that's him. That's him. That's him. There he is. So they did a video about we took over CNN, owned Crowder Crew, body CNN, and commie Jackson Hinkle simultaneously.
Full disclosure, I actually had my testicles removed so that I could lend them to Lane on that day, and he used them wisely.
CNN propaganda. This guy's a CNN agent.
I think
100%.
CNN is the worst outlet in the country.
Actually, other members here of Mug Club, Louder with Crowder, they didn't just appear, they actually took over CNN just last night. And you know what? I'm pretty proud of them, did a good job, but this is funny.
But not everyone who came here was a fan of Jackson's.
Now, what did you think?
I think he's an insane person.
Okay, so we watched that. Did we see this part? Did they show this part?
Go into things about China, Russia, Iran, especially China.
No, this is definitely the Donnie O'Sullivan thing. What is the rest of this? Just Steve Crowder? Oh no, did he bring him on to talk about it, I guess?
I knew that we might end up getting featured because the cameras were there, and I talked to Donnie, and then Donnie started following me on Twitter.
Donnie O'Sullivan. That's not how you pronounce it. Chat, is Donnie? It's Donnie, right? Like, or how do you say it in Irish? Is it Donnie O'Sullivan? Maybe it is. I don't know.
I was like, oh, he's doing a little OSIN on me, but I didn't know until my friend from the Philippines sent it to me. She's like, oh, I just woke up and turned on CNN. What the hell's going on? I was like, I don't know.
She just woke up and, well, that's a former friend.
Well, she was at a hotel at a Formula One race, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't change the circumstances. But that was a lot of fun. And did they ever, it doesn't matter, the follow-ups.
I was not reached for comment.
You were not reached for comment?
I was not, unfortunately.
Well, I think you made your comment when you said, I think that CNN, your camera, is this CNN camera, is the worst outlet in America.
That was great. Was there anything that they didn't show that you wish they had?
Yeah, there was. I had like a nice 10-minute conversation.
God, they don't know how to edit, right? They, you look, when you put the sound in to show something like sliding out, you got to kind of ride the fader down, right? They should have like, look, I just feel like I edit better than this. I don't know.
With them out in the hallway, and they asked me if they thought he was spreading misinformation and should be allowed to do so. I said, I think it's misinformation, but he should be allowed to do so.
They won't put that on CNN.
But then I said, it's kind of like when you pretend that refugee camps have a bunch of refugees living in them, and then you report that without doing any fact checking. That's misinformation, but I guess you should be allowed to do that too.
What exactly is he talking about?
They did not air that.
They didn't?
either. No.
No, they won't air that.
CNN pretends there's refugees in refugee camps. What is he talking about?
Have it all on B-roll.
Does the guy who interviewed, is he as weird looking in person as he looks on air?
Oh, Donnie?
He looks about like that.
He looks.
This is Steve Crowder talking about people being weird looking. Anyway, I just had to see. Yeah, this is him. This is the Crowder guy.
I have lived in China. I went to Tsinghua University. You don't say that 600 million people in the country still live on less than $1.40 a day.
Well,
why don't you say those things?
Okay. You're very, very emotional, like a woman.
Yeah,
Jackson
You're like a woman.
quickly realized that he wasn't
That's an insult. You're like a woman.
talking to just another fan.
All right, CNN propaganda.
He's got to actually. Did you see the vein on his the vein on his forehead?
This guy's a CNN agent.
I think CNN is the worst outlet in the country.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's done. Does he just not know that this is a Crowder guy? So yeah, you got chud on chud violence here.
Danny, is it the Kremlin? Get this guy out.
Danny, wait, are you did Danny as in Danny O'Sullivan? Is Danny gonna kick him out? All right, you've had a.
Couldn't answer the questions, could he? Didn't think so. Put that on CNN.
You work for Steven Crowder, a guy who ran from a debate with Sam Cedar. Come on, don't talk about me. Can't answer questions.
But the men that we met here weren't always this way.
My name's Jackson Hinkle.
A few years ago, Jackson was campaigning for progressive causes.
I was BLM originally. BLM has been co-opted by NATO, by the government.
And
by NATO. BLM has been co-opted by NATO.
Adam, aka Charmhole, had changed as well.
So you used
Money
to be a big
holders and
liberal.
debtors.
You used to be a big liberal.
Absolutely.
A big Democrat.
Absolutely, yeah.
You were a Bernie bro?
Bernie bro, through and through.
I wanted to find out what had made them change.
Why do you think the Russians like you so much?
Well, I speak truth.
Good to see you, man.
American politics is schizophrenic.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's his other look. That's Charmhole's other look.
You got one side saying you're crazy, you got the other side saying you're crazy.
We got Elton John glasses and Oshkosh Bagosh coveralls and a flannel shirt. What the fuck? Okay, like, goddamn.
My dad's hiding.
He doesn't want to be on CNN?
Dad was here to talk all about how this is a funeral parlor.
This was a funeral parlor?
Yeah, like 100 years ago. Yeah, this is actually my mom's hometown.
Okay.
Her dad, World War II vet, Pacific Theater. So he passed away, I believe, 4 years ago, and then my mom passed away 2 years ago.
Okay.
Her dad always had a saying, that was his chair. If he'd go up to the bathroom or cook something, right, he'd jump in his chair, and then he'd come out and he'd say, "Would you jump in my grave as fast?" 2 years later, she jumped right in. So.
I was here, by the way. Thanks. All right, I need to see where you were terminally online.
Yeah. Clean up a little bit for you.
Thank you.
So what I've got is 2K monitor right here, curved Samsung Odyssey G7.
Better setup than mine.
Love this sucker.
Charmhole has a better setup than mine?
240 frames a second.
Damn.
Pull in a chair maybe to sit with you? Or,
Oh, actually, yeah. Look.
Wow.
Like millions of other video gamers, Adam watches live streams on platforms like Twitch, where fellow
Wait, what's he's playing?
often talk
He's watching Hasan.
politics.
How many?
Oh wait, he used to be like, didn't Charmhole used to be a Hasanabi head too?
Hours a day would you say you play up here?
A day. Play? Excuse me? This is work right now. This is research. I'm listening to Dan Bongino while also talking to you and playing Championship Rocket League.
He plays Rocket League, chat. That's my game.
I'm God Gamer, alright?
He got banned from Hasan's channel for being a perv.
Remember that.
So how many hours a day are you God gaming?
I mean, it's a full-time job.
Well, he is banned from Twitch though, right? He's not playing on Twitch. Is he playing on Rumble? Like, he's acting like he does this full. I mean, maybe he does. I don't know.
So anywhere from 6 to 10 hours.
Wow.
It's hard to understand how disgusting politics is.
True. Politics is disgusting. So normally what I'll have is, I got Discord, everything loading up, Rumble. So I got Bongino, X Secret Service.
My room is like less messy than his though.
All how Jill Biden and Coco Cam almost allowed Trump to get JFK'd. And I'll do that while playing video games.
I mean, if Trump got never mind. I'm just not gonna say that.
Is there a Taco Bell here? I've never.
Look, it's late night. Sometimes you get spicy, Irene, but I gotta keep it under control. All right, Chad. I'm just gonna redact that thought.
You've never had Taco Bell. There's nothing more American than Taco Bell. Yeah, could I get?
I mean, before they raised prices, yeah. Taco Bell used to be so awesome. Like, you know what I'm talking about? You could get like, I don't know. You could get like 5 burritos for like $2.50.
4 cheesy street chalupas.
I'm sorry, but we don't serve the street chalupas anymore.
Dang! That's okay.
That's okay. Oh, thanks for letting us know that that's okay. You're not gonna bust up the Taco Bell just because we don't have your. Oh my gosh, he's got rose tinted glasses.
Yeah, just rip it open.
That's not
Hope
bad.
it was worth it. No, just never have leftover Taco Bell.
I just feel like it's not really Taco Bell. Like, I don't know. This Taco Bell used to be my go-to. Seriously, chat. And it's like, they raised their prices. They're dead to me.
Adam had moved back to his small hometown in rural.
Charmhole is like the dark side of Destiny and Vosh, I guess. I have never had Taco Bell. Apparently, by never having Crunchwrap Supreme, I am missing out on trans girl culture. Yeah, you got to have that. And what is it? The White Monster.
Ohio, after years of living in Bloomington, Indiana, a city about 4 hours away.
Wait, so tell me though, Jackson Hinkle.
Yeah.
MAGA communism.
Oh yeah, MAGA communism.
So now Bloomington is a college town, and it's in southern Indiana, kind of rural setting. But the city itself is much like you know how like if in North Carolina is North Carolina, but if you're in a college town, it feels very different than the rest of North Carolina. That's what Bloomington, Indiana is like.
MAGA communism sounds like the dumbest thing ever.
White Monster is great, yeah.
Boomer, you cannot define it to boomers, right?
Well,
because
You're too much of a boomer. You're the same age, Charmhole. What are you talking about? He's a boomer? What does that make you? What does that make you?
I'm a millennial, I think.
Right, yeah, okay, so it's like I said, you have to remember this. Communism is the Russian word for conservatism.
No.
What? Excuse me? Communism is the Russian word for conservatism? Oh my god, I'm trying to resolve this. I guess in the sense that, like, it represents, like, people that are communist in Russia want to go back to the older form of government if they're, if they're of the Soviet communism variety. God damn, that just broke my brain. Communism is the Russian word for conservatism. Excuse me?
Oh, it's not.
You got the next...
The mango skull one.
Actually, you want to take a left or else we're just going to see a whole bunch of beans and corn.
What's wrong with that? You got a problem with the corn? You don't want to smell the delicious pesticides coming off the corn?
Do you ever miss the bright lights of Bloomington?
No, not at all.
I feel like you view your time.
The bright lights of blue. No, it's still a small town. It's not like a big city or anything. It's just more liberal, right? Slash maybe even a little bit progressive. I was just introduced to the American Communist Party. Does anyone know much about it? I've listened to some of the other people who are involved with it, and they seem like normal MLs. Rotten Mouse, you're missing a lot. That's not ML stuff, right? That is... You've stumbled into MAGA communism somehow without realizing it was MAGA communism. Yeah, ACP is just a rebrand for MAGA communism. To anybody... Do I not cover this stuff enough anymore? Have I let you down, chat? I used to debate... Well, I didn't debate him. Like, he wanted to debate me. He was in chat begging for a debate, but I just made fun of him But we used to deal with infrared Haas. You can look back at my old videos, right? Haas is like bitched about me plenty of times, right? And we would talk about Dugan. We would talk about the origins of infrared, where it came from what is it called? Like stupid poll or ID poll or whatever on Reddit. And then he shifted massively to the right. Yeah, no, like, yeah, please don't, like, this is a Voshian thing, right? To conflate Marxist-Leninism, even authoritarian varieties of Marxist-Leninism with third positionism is like a huge reduction to make. This is what part of my problem with Dylan, right? When he was dealing with Haas, his problem was, well, because he's a tanky. He's a China simp, right? There's so much beyond that, right? Haas is actually more of a fascist, right? If you're talking about infrared, if you're talking about ACP, if you're talking about MAGA communism, you're talking about fascists, all right? You're talking about people who cloak their movement in third positionism, which, as we know, always resolves to the right, always resolves to the fascist side, right? It's an attempt to try to say that we are socialist. You know, it was essentially an attempt by the Nazis to try to commandeer the popularity of socialism in order to increase the size of their party, and then they killed all those people in the Night of Long Knives, right? That's what Haas is, right? That's what MAGA communism is, and that is what ACP is. All this shit, Midwest Marx, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. All right? It's all Nazgul vortex bullshit. Please do not be fooled. Please do not think that these are reasonable people at all, right? They are cloaking their, they're cloaking their communism in, or they're cloaking their MAGA philosophy in the costume of communism, right? It's like the wolf putting on the sheep's clothes, right? So the wolf putting on the sheep's skin to try to be like, hello, fellow sheep. It's like, no, dude, no, this is bad shit. I guess I don't cover it enough, chat. I felt like they fell off and they're boring, and I never really wanted to cover Jackson Hinkle. I mean, he's a lot more influential than Haas ever was.
And Indiana in the city is kind of like a period of your life that's over now, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Campaign for Bernie, you know.
You were dating.
Calling all my Facebook friends racist because they didn't want to vote for Obama, you know.
Yeah. Last time I saw you, Biden was still in the race. So wait, you're guessing you're just not a Harris fan.
She's a Zogbot.
No, God, no. I mean, look, we are unironically doing some MAGA communist content right now. All right. So wherever I've been falling down by not covering this stuff enough, because I thought there was more interesting stuff to talk about, right? I'm trying to make up for it right now. You see that? That is a MAGA communist, a fan of Jackson Hinkle. Remember, Jackson Hinkle is ACP, right? Jackson Hinkle, Infrared Haas, Midwest Marx. These people are in the ACP, right? And here's one of their orbiters, one of their minor orbiters, popping off with anti-Semitism. Popping off with a literal Nazi dog whistle. That's what you're going to find. That's why it's important to not just be like, oh yeah, they're a bunch of tanky assholes. The problem with them is not, their adherence to Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Their problem with them is not authoritarian leftism. The problem with them is they're a bunch of fucking Nazis. And they're trying to cloak it with a hammer and sickle.
The fuck is a Zogbot?
You don't know what a Zogbot? All right, Zionist-operated government. We are...
Adam casually...
You just did more harm to the cause of third positionist, fascism than I could have possibly imagined with that shit. Like the way that he says this shit, right? This is its first exposure. I unironically love that they started off with Charmhole instead of Jackson Hinkle, because Jackson Hinkle can dress it up where it's maybe appealing to people, right? Charmhole is the truth. Charmhole is more representative of the movement itself than maybe the leadership of the movement.
What the fuck is this talking about?
You don't know what it's talking about? All right, Zionist-operated government. We
Zionist-operated government? This guy. No, I love him as a poster boy for MAGA communism. I love this.
Adam casually banters in the kind of hateful speech he regularly sees in memes and online slang.
Oh, look, chat. You can have your problems with any sort of, you know, you can have your problems with Marxist-Leninism, but please understand it, differentiate it from this shit, right? Because that means you're smarter than Vosh. If you're in my audience, you have to be smarter than Vosh. You have to be smarter than Dylan. We're one step beyond these assholes, okay? And whatever you think about any particular ideology, you got to be able to differentiate, you know, a authoritarian leftist to, you know, the extent that you will find that, you know, amongst people calling themselves Marxist-Leninism. You got to be able to distinguish that from a third positionist fascist, right? It's you know, you can be like, you can say they're both bad if you want to, but you got to recognize that they're on different sides of the political compass. Like I need you to recognize this. I need you to see this. It's very important. It's reflecting on me badly. It's making me think that I haven't done my job in educating people on the Nazgul vortex.
What happens in November?
What happened?
If Harris wins?
If
they
don't make it too big to rig and cheat again like they did 4 years ago, because the DNC definitely cheats, which Bernie just admitted live.
So you're saying the only way Harris could win is if they cheat?
Yeah, 1,000%. See, this is the thing, and this is probably what you're going to cut this all up into is...
And the reason that I think this is so important is because the way that Haas hides his fascism is by calling himself a tanky. If you ever talk to Infrared Haas, or, you know, have in the past, like, he literally called his movement like mecha tankyism or something like that, right? He will use tanky as a brand. Now, MLs only call themselves tankies if they're like doing it to provoke, you know, to provoke like certain other ideologies, right? But they generally, like, for MLs, tanky is a label applied from the outside to them, right? For these assholes, they will call themselves tankies in order for you not to see that they are fascists, right? Because tanky has like a negative like association with it, right? And so if they call themselves something with a negative association, you don't question it further and say, what is really under the surface of this supposed Marxist-Leninism? Oh yeah, it's actually fascism. It's actually fascism dressed up with a hammer and sickle. It's different. It's fundamentally different. Just trust me on this, all right? I guess we'll look into more of it. We need to.
Me being like a really bad, evil, white man racist that, oh man, I just hate Democrats, I hate liberals, like, right, a bunch of commies, you know? And it's like, okay, one, I was just a part of them, like 4 years ago. I was in it, right? I've been betrayed by them multiple times. So now...
What?
I'm trying my hand at being betrayed by the Republican Party.
Oh, nice!
Did he get one? Did he get one? Wait, who did Donnie get one or did Charmhole get one?
So now I'm trying my hand at being betrayed by the Republican Party.
Oh my god, that was an ugly, ugly shot. Was that a three-pointer though? Did he get a three-pointer? Is that what he was going for?
One, I was just a part.
We're gonna focus on the basketball.
I was in it, right? I've been
know your third positionist. You'll know them by their shitty three-pointers.
Betrayed by them multiple times.
Absolute garbage.
Trying my hand at being betrayed by the Republican Party.
I guess technically, yeah, that's a three. That's a three.
But Adam's departure from the left has taken him down a dark path.
A very ugly three-pointer. Oh my god, what is this, Discord? Why is he on Chud Logic? Chat, it's Chud Logic. Chud Logic was just on motherfucking CNN. How did I not know about this? This is old Chud Logic too. Let's see if I can identify. Is that Rhizome? I don't know most of these people. I do not know most of these people. This is, you can tell it's old Chud Logic because Chud Logic himself appears as a avatar. It's some weird right-wing, was it a French dude? I think it's a right-wing French dude that it was his avatar and then he gave him green eyes. That's why all of Chud's stuff is green.
To people like white supremacist Nick Fuentes, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, and MAGA communist Jackson Hinkle. Adam is among the 8% of Bernie Sanders supporters in the 2020 Democratic primary who are now pro-Trump.
And you actually find Jackson Hinkle impressive? You actually?
Yeah, I have. But fundamentally, I have to because one, he's really good looking. He's.
Are you? Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Jackson Hinkle, good looking. Let's roll that back.
Primary who are now pro-Trump.
And you actually find Jackson Hinkle impressive? You actually?
Yeah, I have. But fundamentally, I have to because one, he's really good looking. He's fundamentally a handsome man, right?
When we first met, you said that being an American man, being masculine, it's been kind of equated with toxicity.
That's because it is by nature. We're naturally acidic, but we can also bust nuts. And
you know, look, I'll quote Jurassic Park. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Create more humans.
But oh yeah, you definitely don't do that.
A woman has a role in that too, right?
Well, yeah, they make the men. That's what my mom would always say. There's two things she ever wanted to do.
Okay, now I want to show you something about this guy, right? He's like, you know, they call us toxic because we're men. Part of what appeals to me is the masculinity, the unapologetic patriarchy of the whole thing, right?
Her life. Be a nurse and have boys. She did both. That's why she died happy.
Let's see if we can identify why this is appealing and chat. Some of you may be one step ahead of me. Some of you may be 2 steps ahead of me. Did he just say we are naturally aesthetic? He did, or sorry, acidic. Yes. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. There's no way he just said that.
You know, she died fulfilled. This is why I was such a liberal growing up. Is because my dad would always listen to Rush Limbaugh, you know, and he's always yelling.
He's got major resentment, political vibes.
He's really mad about everything, and everything's going to shit, you know. And I was like, according to Mom, this is toxic. This is bad. So then I just naturally, you know,
according to Mom, is that what you said?
Had an aversion to conservatism, and men, and masculinity. That's why I got called gay.
Oh no. You got called gay by objectively toxic kids trying to assert their masculinity by putting down somebody else's. And so you were attracted to Jackson Hinkle in his selling of masculinity as part of his brand. That's what it is. Just like Chud Logic gets called the R-slur on the playground growing up, grows up to call people an R-slur on Twitch.tv. Right? Charmhole gets called gay by people being, you know, fucking toxic. And grows up to be like, oh no, there's nothing toxic about masculinity. It's the greatest thing ever. You know, this is like, they're selling me masculine. I can learn to be just like Jackson Hinkle. Oh no. Oh no. That is the most, I gotta say, that's the most unmasculine thing that I could hear out of his mouth right now.
For so much. I mean, that and the blonde hair.
You got called gay?
Yeah, all the time. In this park, constantly.
So one thing you brought up, you had a spell in.
Well, I don't know. I'm not saying he's closeted, all right? I don't know what his fucking, you know, what his sexual orientation is, right? I'm just saying that being, you know, sort of demasculinized on the playground by being called gay left like a hole in his sense of self, and that hole gets filled by an asshole like Jackson Hinkle that is like, oh no, it's really easy to be masculine. Just hate gays, look down on women, be racist. Right? He's buying masculine. He thinks he can buy masculinity as a brand, and that's part of the brand that Hinkle is selling.
Invading radicals.
Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Oh, so did I say something else? Emasculated? What did I say? Demasculinized? Yeah, I don't think that's a word. Nice catch, Rotten Mouse.
In a mental health hospital. Do you take any meds?
They tried to get me on Zyprexa. It was like $280 a month.
Right.
I laughed at that. I was like, yeah, right.
If you could afford it, would you?
No. No, I just smoked weed instead.
I've been on antidepressants and stuff for about 12 years now.
Oh my Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, no wonder you're so good at being true neutral.
What? True neutral? I'm sorry, what? I don't know what he's into, but a guy describing a guy as attractive is kind of a... Well, okay, we ran into this last night. If you were up late with me watching the video about the weird, like, reactionary groups, weird ultra-right-wing groups. What did they call it? Oh god, what the fuck was it called? Was it androphilia? Is that what it's called? I mean, it sounds kind of gay, doesn't it? But no, because androphilia. Wait, sexual attraction to men and or masculinity. What? No, there's a book, Jack Donovan. Oh my god, let me grab this. It's only on Amazon. Why is all these links on Amazon? Androphilia book. Like it. Look, I'm not gonna say that this is like mutually exclusive from attraction to men, and there's definitely like a lot of overlap here. Yeah, here we go. Well, here's a picture of Jack Donovan. I think that's the author. Oh my god. Nope. Let's try again. I love how I look it up and it's like, well, technically androphilia is attraction to men. So, androphilia book. All right, we gotta find this guy again. Oh my god, why is it so hard to find? There he is. Here we go. This is our dude, right? This guy he wrote a book called Androphilia. He's the head of this weird, like, fascist cult that are, like, super into the masculine form.
Super chatted $9.99. All conservative thought is based in sexual insecurity.
Ooh, that is a possibility that I've never fully considered, but you might be right, Davy Cliff. I'm guessing that super chat is also going to Sunday versus FD Signifier, which would put it at 20% now, bring us up to 40% on the dono goal. Remember, chat, if this hits 40% by the end of this content, but yeah, we watched this a video. I think it was a Ugopnik or something, going over the weird right wing. Like weird far right, the weirdest far right movements ever, or something like that. And this is one of them. And it was this whole thing where they're like, well, we're not gay, we're just really into masculinity. And like it's this weird thing where it's very blatantly, let's just say homoerotic, right? While at the same time being homophobic and yes, toxically masculine as well. Give me Groll instead. Do you want me to put everything on Groll for you? Shall I put everything on Groll? Put it all over to 20% for Foo Fighters? I mean, that's an interesting video. I want to know what that's about. But yeah, chat, we're just for reference, we're about a little over a third of the way through this video. We're at 40%. Yes, we're actually doing good. Look at that. We're doing good. 40% towards the dono goal, 60% from the dono goal. And we are a little bit over a third of the way through the video. So we're making good progress here. We might actually get some bonus content tonight, which would be nice because I only set up one thing for us to watch, right? Just to make sure that I'm not doing the ridiculously long stream where people end up donating for bonus content, but then they don't get to watch bonus content because they got to go to bed. We're trying to get it all done before people need to go to sleep. So that's my goal tonight, at least.
No emotions to mess with you. Hey, Donnie, what's up today? How you feeling? Yes.
Wait, okay, so he's saying that... So this guy, Charmhole, we saw his lair, right? We saw his lair from which he does his Rumble stream. We see how fucked up his life is. We see how he, points to guys like Hinkle and the rest of the ACP MAGA communist movement as like, these guys are my heroes, and they're like 12 years his younger, right? This kind of wrong track dude, his whole life has been on the wrong track thanks to the political leaning that he took, right? And he's like, oh shit, you're on antidepressants? Oh, fuck that shit. No wonder you're so fucked up. Donnie O'Sullivan, successful journalist, right? It's just like, it's yikes. And Donnie's not going to say anything back to him because he doesn't have anything to prove, right? He knows that this guy is not living his best life. And that probably his refusal to... Well, let me just say it this way, right? Because, he mentioned the price. I don't know what Ohio is like, if they have accepted the Medicaid expansion. But Ohio might be one of these states where you literally cannot get your prescriptions covered. Right? I mean, this is a big failing of the American system, in that Obamacare was implemented in such a way as that your governor had to accept the Medicaid expansion in order for you to get health care if you are unable to afford it. And from the sounds of it, maybe the price was part of the reason that he didn't accept the medication. But also, he sounds like he's also, on this natural kind of thing where he's like, oh yeah, fucking antidepressants, fucking, medication, psychiatric medication. Oh, that's bullshit. I'm fine. Look what he says he does instead.
Probably grew up in a family like yours.
Yeah? Did the playground kids call you gay?
No, they call me fat, though.
You were always this fat?
You could say that to your friend if you know each other really well and you got those kind of, bonds of trust where you're just, giving each other shit. But goddamn, to somebody that you just met, goddamn. Also, goddamn.
Yes.
You can change. You get off those mood stabilizers.
What? He's giving him weight loss advice? Charmhole is giving Donnie O'Sullivan weight loss advice? Get off of those damn antidepressants. Your life will be so much better. Trust me. Just look, you could be like me. You can have all of this.
Start throwing the b-ball.
Adam's use of homophobic, racist, and anti-Semitic slurs is something...
It's like he likes hurting his balls. What the fuck?
...that he sees as quote-unquote edgy.
You keep saying Zogbot.
I'm only using Zogbot because I've been listening to a lot of Nick Fuentes.
I feel like people were misled about what Obamacare was going to be. Ended up being somewhat useful to some people, but yeah, there's a huge donut hole with Obamacare, right? So Obamacare massively helped out people that are making very little money. And and you know, if you're making a ton of money and you've got a good job and you've got your healthcare covered, you're also, you know, you're probably okay as well, right? But if you're in the middle of that donut hole, you're kind of fucked. You're kind of fucked. Just like so much of our social safety net, right? You know, food stamps will give you a SNAP will give you a certain amount of money to cover, you know, a very base level, you know, diet. Not really, you know, you're not gonna be able to pay for all your food with what they give you for SNAP, but you know, it'll cover a portion of that if you're very, you know, if you make next to nothing. But when you start to, you know, earn money, right? When you start to your income starts to go up, they cut you off of it, you know, so fast that you're actually, yeah, I don't know. It's a donut hole. It's always a donut hole, right? And if you not that the maximum amount that you get for EBT is that great anyway, but you kind of lose it really quickly once you start making money again.
You're not a Nick Fuentes fan.
Not necessarily. I think that
161 a month. Yeah, it's not enough to feed yourself.
He's a white supremacist.
Well, think about it.
He's a white supremacist.
Okay, he's a white proponent.
He's an anti-Semite.
He's
He is an
racefully
anti-Semite.
white. He loves Kanye and Alex Jones, who they've been trying to nail for God knows how long now.
You're an Alex Jones fan?
Absolutely. I am now, absolutely.
But you don't believe the stuff he said about Sandy Hook kids.
I mean,
Why
I
is
wasn't
it
there.
Wait, Moe, nope. Is that a tofu block with a MAGA hat? It's a tofu hog. I guessed right. It's a tofu hog.
I wasn't there. I did
This
it
should not
first.
be a
I was
difficult.
at the.
This shouldn't be a difficult question for you to answer.
Well, look at the evidence. Let's say that he started to look into it, and it turned.
Oh, it's like a tofu ghost emote, right?
Those kids murdered on purpose.
But he didn't.
But if they died, that's still a possibility because he was president.
But
and by purpose, I still mean negligence.
What about the parents of the children, right?
Oh no, I missed the. Okay. This is about Sandy Hook. Wait, I should probably. Okay, wait. I should have checked on this earlier. Looks like Noah Samson versus Anti-Bread-Tube is still number one. Foo Fighters is in second place. We got 72 votes so far. We got 38 likes. Oh my god, chat. Get those likes back in order. If you've forgotten to like the stream, let me remind you now to like the stream. Because that's how you get more people like yourself in this chat. Literally, you can clone yourself by just hitting that like button. What it does is it lets YouTube know that you're the kind of person that likes this stream. And so it'll bring more people with similar watch histories into similar stuff than you, compared to you, right, into the stream. So it's an advantage to you as well. If you want to have more interesting conversations and maybe even, you know, win arguments because there'll be more people like you in chat, then hit that like button. But yeah, we were 30. Oh, you're tied 30-30 with Foo Fighters, AIDS, Denialism, and Noah Samson. We got Sunday versus AOT in second place, and Legal Eagle. Oh my God, Legal Eagle's musician suing Trump in third place. And then if I add on, yeah, it looks like Foo Fighters are actually winning. Foo Fighters are winning with what, Noah Samson in second place. If I add in the dono goals. Remember, when you do donate, let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see covered, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is by adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. You'll actually add to the score in the poll, and you'll help your favorite topic possibly get chosen. We're 40% of the way to the dono goal. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, then we will get that extra content, which right now looks like it might be Foo Fighters. Which I really want to know what this is about, because I would not have thought that the Foo Fighters would be doing AIDS denial, right? That's pretty surprising to me. So I want to know what all that's about. But anyway, chat, the bonus content is about you. It's not about me. So it's, you know, whatever you want to see, make sure to let me know when. And also, where are we at right now? I forgot to tell you that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch, all right? That you can skip for the low price of free. If you use a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself a free sub, use it on the channel of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see those ads in my channel. You can also pay the low price of 25% off of $6 for this month only, September. It's September, so cheaper subs for this month only. You've only got a little time to lock that in, lock that cheaper price in. That'll get you out of that break too, and so will somebody gifting you a sub, which can happen and it does happen, but it's more likely to happen for you if you're active in the chat. There we go. That's my read, and let me get back to the content here.
This shouldn't be a difficult question for you to answer.
Well, look at the evidence. Let's say that he started to look into it, and it turns out Obama had
murdered
on purpose.
We gotta.
Difficult question for you to answer.
For God knows how long now.
You're an Alex Jones fan?
Proponent.
He's an anti-Semite.
He's racefully
He is an anti-Semite.
white. He loves Kanye.
Okay, so first of all, to start off with, right? Nick Fuentes. He's a what did he say? Race proponent?
He's a white supremacist.
Well, think about it.
White proponent.
He's a white supremacist.
No, think about it for a second. He's not a racist. He's a white proponent.
Okay, he's a white proponent.
He's an anti-Semite.
He's
He is an
racefully
anti-Semite.
white.
Racefully white? Is that like zestfully clean? What the fuck does that mean?
He loves Kanye. And Alex.
There we go. There we go. He loves Kanye. So clean bill of health as far as racism goes. Oh my god. Oh my god. There you go. And if you get Kanye saying something good about Laura Loomer, then you could say Kanye is not anti-Semitic too, right? That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Omega Star with the 200 bits cheering. I pick FD. FD signifier getting 2 points. 2 points back after losing after losing 20 points earlier. Donegal goes up to 42%, and Sunday versus FD goes up 2 extra percent. Vying for second place there.
Jones, who they've been trying to nail for God knows how long.
Yeah. You know, they say that stuff about Alex Jones too. They've been trying to nail this guy. Poor Alex Jones. Somebody saying something bad about Alex Jones? Jesus Christ. He's a real truth sayer, isn't he?
Absolutely. I am now, absolutely.
But you don't.
You are now? Wait, what?
He said about Sandy Hook kids.
I mean, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I did
this
it first.
Be a difficult, this shouldn't be a difficult question for you to answer.
Well, look at the evidence. Let's say that he started to look into it, and it turns out Obama had those kids murdered on purpose.
But he didn't.
But if they died, that's still a possibility because he was president. And by purpose, I still mean negligence.
What about the parents of the children, right?
What about them?
But isn't what Alex Jones doing is making these tragedies so much worse?
No. How do you get worse than child death?
I'll tell you how.
How?
By having idiots who watch Alex Jones show up and start harassing the parents.
Wait, who is Sumo? Oh, wait, what do you mean? Who is Sumo? Is there... Did they say something about...
Of the children who died in the Sandy Hook shooting. That's how you make it worse.
Adam and I were going around.
Okay, you know, what really bothers me is not that he has these views, because, like, yeah, there's way too many Alex Jones fans. But it's that he takes off his fucking glasses and squints at him. You think that Alex Jones is really bad? You think that Alex Jones did something bad to those families? You don't think that that was a setup? You don't think that Obama actually killed those kids? You're the weird one, Donnie O'Sullivan. You're the fucking weirdo. I don't know how Ohio is. Chad, I've been to Ohio. And I feel like it wasn't that Ohio back then. Like, it's not so Ohio that you take off your glasses. Like, you got a problem with Alex Jones? You fucking weirdo. You don't think that he was right? Like, it's not only defending Alex Jones, it's defending something about Alex Jones that even Alex Jones no longer defends. Like, Alex Jones, if you ask him about Sandy Hook, he will say that those, kids were, unalived by the shooter. And that though the parents are not crisis actors, nobody made anything up, right? Alex Jones no longer, maintains that lie. his excuse is that, well, at the time there's a lot of information coming in and we're getting a lot of information and we're sorting through it, and I just asked the question because a lot of people were saying that, and I just gave that voice. Now we know that it wasn't like a psyop, right? But so Alex Jones is not even saying what Charmhole is saying. Charmhole is not just defending Alex Jones. Charmhole is defending a version of Alex Jones that Alex Jones no longer defends, right? It's not just like, well, Alex Jones, he thought that at the time. He thought he was doing the right thing, right? It's not that. It's like, no, he literally was right back in the day when he said crisis actors, right? That's what you're getting from Charmhole. And not only that, but when somebody questions it, it's like, take off your glasses and squint, because the other person is the weirdo. The other person is the one with the problematic point of view, right? You are just saying what everybody fucking knows, or at least what you feel like is. And the other question is, like, how connected is Charmhole to his, like, he's out here playing basketball on what looks kind of like a elementary or middle school field or something like that. Like, does this guy touch grass? Does this guy talk to other people? Is he, in other words, is Charmhole a reflection of what the average person in this town in Ohio thinks? Or is he even out of touch for Ohio? And the answer to that scares me.
On this nonsense when my photographer Andrew weighed in from behind the camera.
I just want to say something. I see a lot of you in me.
Yeah.
What if I told you I grew up 5 minutes?
Seth Evans says that's only because the globalists are forcing him to. That's right.
I was there.
More likely because he wants to try to, I don't know. It's almost like he thought he could get the judgment reversed if he was just like, no, of course not.
Like, I was there right away.
Remember what he said in the trial? He's like, that's right, I killed those kids myself. Right? He just goes straight up for the, like, most absurd, like, thing he could possibly say. Like, he's trying to strawman the point of view that he did something wrong to the parents by telling his viewers that they were crisis actors and they had no kids and the kids did not die, right? Thus, prompting all the harassment, right? So his response was like, no, that's right, I killed all those kids myself. I did it, I'm guilty. So he's an isolated man with mental illness and no therapy. Yeah, that's maybe Occam's razor. That's what I would like to think, Narwhal. I hope you're right.
Oops. You know somebody?
I knew the nurse. Her mother was killed that day, and I grew up with her daughter. And everyone in town knows the dad.
Okay.
Yeah,
small town, when something like that happens. That's why I said earlier that maybe it was Obama who killed those children.
Look, I can't do the emote that Narwhal did, like what is it, the red face, oh my god, what is this one called? Like, I feel like doing that in real life, like the red face eyes down emoji. What is that emoji called? I think it's possible if he kept maintaining it, he could get more damages. Maybe face red, droopy eyes. That's what I feel like in real life. What he just said. Well, that's why I said that Obama did it, right? I was just like, that's a face red, droopy eyes moment. That's a face red, droopy eyes. Look, I usually speak in Twitch emotes, if anything, but this time I want to speak in YouTube ones.
And everyone in town knows the dad.
Okay.
Yeah,
small town, when something like that happens. That's why I said earlier that maybe it was Obama who killed those children.
What are you talking about, though? You're talking to somebody who knows, like, a victim, right? A person that you, in supporting Alex Jones, not Alex Jones now, but Alex Jones from back then, would call a crisis actor, right? This person grew up with that woman and is telling you that her loss was very real. And your response is, well, that's why I thought maybe Obama killed them. I guess that's a less spicy take than they never existed, or whatever the hell Alex Jones was saying. God damn, though. God damn. literally because in a court of law it was proved false and defamatory against him, specifically asking. Yeah, he's asking for more if he keeps it up. I mean, probably I'm sure what his lawyers are saying is just shut your mouth. Don't talk about it. Don't mention it. Don't say anything. It's kind of weird that it is kind of weird that they're on a playground.
Andrew, my photographer, had briefly brought a dose of reality to the
Oh my god, what is he playing now? What is that game?
world that Adam lives in online.
Oh my god.
We left Adam to travel to the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, where we were about to meet one of his former Twitch heroes, Hassan Piker.
Can anybody tell me what game that was?
What is going on with this, bro? Chicago put some crazy shit on their dog.
Crotchy says, look at all the evidence, though. Yuck, yuck.
And some other.
All right, so we're gonna leave Charmhole behind. If you're okay with that, chat, are you all right? I feel like Charhole. I mean, I feel like Charmhole is a great introduction to MAGA communism, which apparently I haven't been doing a good enough job covering. I just thought it was old hat. I thought everybody knew about it. I thought everybody understood what it was. I thought that I had maybe covered the Nazgul vortex like maybe too much, but apparently no, I haven't been covering it enough. If I've got to teach people the difference between MLs and fucking infrared Haas, like apparently I've not been doing much. And it's just so you know that these are two different ideologies, right? It's just so that you can be like one step ahead of Vosh's chat and all the other, shitty streamers out there that don't bother to teach their communities the distinctions, right? That are just like, there's my base take of libertarian socialism, anarcho-Bidenism, and then there's everything out there that's fucking tankies, right? That is a very reductivist view, and it allows infrared Haas to slip by, right? By Vosh or Dylan or any of these assholes looking at Haas and saying the problem with you is that you're an authoritarian leftist, right? And not realizing that no, they're not a leftist at all. You're helping Haas in his mission to try to be the wolf in sheep's clothing amongst like MLs, right? When people see Vosh react negatively to infrared Haas, and the interaction is calling him a tanky, then to people that are, of a Marxist-Leninist persuasion, that makes Haas maybe more appealing. And so you're actually helping Haas. You're helping him disguise himself as something other than a fascist, because he will literally call himself a tanky, like a badge of honor, right? He wants to, he's literally like, hello, fellow MLs, right? But underneath, if you scratch that hammer and sickle, there's a swastika. There's not only a swastika, there's like a Duganite fourth political philosophy. There's a Euro, like a Eurasian conference symbol underneath there. And it's important to understand what the Eurasian conference is. It's important to understand like his history with the Russian National Bolshevik Party, and the split with what's his fuck? Oh my god, why am I forgetting this guy's name? I haven't covered it in Limonov. Yeah, his split with Limonov and branching out into the Eurasian conference, and his transformation in the fourth political philosophy. Anyway.
Familiar faces. Mike Lindell's in here.
Dude, have you seen Hello guys here?
Yeah. He has no mustache.
Oh, he actually shaved it? Oh my god, we have to find him.
Well, we're interviewing each other.
Okay, chat. Is it just me? Wait, let me see. Okay, wait, let me see if I can find it. What was that one flavor of Mountain Dew? Baja Blast Stealing. Yes, Operation Soda Steel. I want to ask you if you think that these two images look alike. This is what Mike Lindell with no mustache looks like to me. What do you think, chat?
Crazy shit on their dogs.
And some other familiar faces.
Mike. Mike Lindell's in here.
Dude, have you seen Pillow guys here?
Yeah. He has no mustache.
Oh, he actually shaved it? Oh my god, we have to find him. Well, we're interviewing each other.
Okay, tell me, what do you think? It's the same guy. Mike Lindell, responsible for Operation Soda Steal, right? This was a plan to secretly steal the Baja Blast. So if you don't know, this is some Taco Bell lore for you, okay? For you Taco Bell newbies out there that don't know that Taco Bell used to be filling and cheap and delicious. That back in the day, Baja Blast did not exist in a store. You couldn't get Baja Blast by itself. You had to go to Mountain Dew and get Baja Blast from the fountain. And so there was no way to get, like, you know, even just a bottle, even a 2 liter of Baja Blast. And so people came up with very inventive ways to be able to have the Baja Blast at home. And this was one of them. And this is Mike Lindell, actually, prior to his My Pillow days, right? When he was doing Operation Soda Steal. Anyway.
Dude, chill out. We're all pressed. Did you check in yet?
It is tense here.
Then why didn't we run? We're sorry about that, honestly.
The organizers are right to be worried.
Because these guys, they're scumbags. They're ruining America.
Not everyone here is on their side.
Loads of pro-Palestine demonstrators.
I mean, but do you see this tendency of these third positionists to try to, and here I'm talking about Hinkle, right? Hinkle trying to hello fellow, like, free Palestine people in, at schools, at conferences, at events like this, right? Him trying to integrate himself into, which he's been somewhat successful on Twitter, right? There are people that retweet Jackson Hinkle without realizing that they're retweeting a MAGA right-winger because, he Palestine flag, watermelon, right? Free Palestine, therefore he must be good. No, this is like, they'll try to integrate themselves. And this is why it's important to know who and what they are, and to not just be like, oh yeah, well, he's a tanky, right? That's what he wants you to think. Infrared Haas, like, creams his freaking trousers when somebody calls him a tanky, because he knows he's tricked them. He knows he's slipped in there.
Over here, small group of pro-Israeli demonstrators, and among them we found some MAGA influencers.
Hey, who are you? Okay, so this isn't going to be Hinkle, I guess.
CNN.
Oh no!
We watched as far-right troll and Pizzagate conspiracy theorist Jack Posobiec tried to disguise himself as a
this is Posobiec.
pro-Palestine protester.
Now, the mainstream media...
So no, I mean, like, Posobiec's doing a different thing, I'm assuming.
...isn't going to be out here. I haven't seen anyone from the mainstream media that's hanging out here.
But his disguise didn't work out.
Hey, Jack! How are you? This is a right-wing fascist.
And Jack the Troll got trolled.
How many abortions have you had today?
DNC.
So I'm guessing that what Posobiec is trying to do is blend in with the pro-Palestinian protesters and then say fucked up anti-Semitic things in order to give them a bad name. That's different than Jackson Hinkle's game, right? That's different than Jackson Hinkle's game. I mean, they're both anti-Semitic, right? But Hinkle, I don't think, from what I can tell, it's not that he's trying to, do agent provocateur shit to the movement the way that Posobiec is doing here. It's more of him trying to integrate himself into pro-Palestinian circles and then recruit people into his MAGA communist bullshit.
Getting paid by George Soros to have an abortion on the stage.
I'll be broadcasting live.
But it's not just outside the event. This year's DNC was the first where creators or influencers were treated the same as the mainstream press. One of the biggest stars in the new world of news consumption is Hasan Piker.
I'll put this in the trunk too. How are you letting this guy drive?
How do you explain what it is you do?
I have a pretty easy explanation for people that are older. I basically
He just unked him. He just unked this guy.
do what Rush Limbaugh used to do, right? But online instead of on radio. And also, I don't have brainworms.
This game is woke.
Hasan has almost 3 million followers on the video game streaming platform Twitch.
I'm talking for 8 to 10 hours every day.
8 to 10 hours a day?
Yeah.
Where he streams live almost all day watching the news.
The former president was found guilty of all 34 felony counts teen election.
And playing video games.
How do we fight again? I totally forgot.
So that's the difference between Hasan and me. He plays video games. He actually plays video games.
Sometimes.
Wait, doesn't he not play them enough though? Doesn't his chat also complain that he's not playing? Look, I would chat. It's just, it feels like I don't get the numbers that I do, you know, streaming politics with video games. And I definitely don't get it. Like it doesn't seem like feasible from a financial point of view, but I love playing Fallout New Vegas. I love playing Rocket League. I love playing Minecraft. I would do it more. Now, this is what Grand Theft Auto 6. No, there's more differences between me and Hasan than that, but I'm just joking.
He's playing a character named after me. He even
okay, so that's the Donnie O'Sullivan character.
To do an Irish accent.
My name is Donnie O'Sullivan, sir. I'm fascinated with Republicans.
The Donnie O'Sullivan. I can't do it.
And I obviously always loved the hits that you would do when you go to these rallies and you talk to them.
Before we get out, people might confuse us.
Yeah.
You're 6'4", built.
Like, chat, I'm all for the variety streaming model, right? The only thing is that it's never worked out for me in terms of, you know, this is what I do for a living, right? So it's always a compromise. Like, I enjoy playing the video games. It's very relaxing. It's also really nice to be able to transition into different types of content, but I do see like my numbers just drop off a cliff whenever I start to game. So that's why I don't do it more often.
Like myself. Are you a Harris supporter?
I wouldn't say I'm a Harris supporter.
You'll vote for her?
Maybe. We'll see.
What is that, like somebody's Cash App? What is the Bobby thing?
6'4", built.
Like
myself. Are you a Harris supporter?
I wouldn't say I'm a Harris supporter.
You'll vote for her?
Oh yeah, it is. They're trying to get money for Bobby Kennedy. Like that's his Cash App apparently.
Maybe. We'll see. I get a lot of criticism from the Democratic Party loyalists regarding.
Oh my God, what are they doing? Those RFK freaks.
Yeah.
Hasan was about to try and live stream all day from the DNC.
Pray to God that the internet is stable. Wait, this is my permanent space?
I need to get that CCP money for Black Myth Wukong. Oh, that's right. It is a Chinese video game. I think I've never been into watching Let's Plays and game streamers because it just makes me want to play the game myself. And I don't get much from watching others play through them. I like Let's Plays, but I'm like old school. I was watching Minecraft Let's Plays like back in the day when it was not when Minecraft was new. I actually wasn't into I got into Minecraft in like beta, I think. I wasn't even alpha. Vosh lately has been doing 45 minutes to 1 hour of content pretty crappily, and then just gaming for hours. His fans still call Hasan lazy and a chair streamer. I guess he also does he also like talk to people on Discord and do debates while he streams, or is that not? Does he even debate anymore? Behind but loving it. Nice. Why are they doing his comedians in cars style format? Oh yeah, why are they doing this comedian in car style format? Good question. Yay, Fallout New Vegas, yay Minecraft, right? I like watching some Let's Plays on TikTok. Yeah, I feel like, you know, to be real though, the Let's Play model is not even successful on YouTube, right? The successful game streamers, they don't do Let's Plays. They do challenges. They do gimmicks, I guess I'd say. Yeah, a lot of it's like that kind of thing. Like you take a game and you'll be like, Fallout New Vegas, but I'm not allowed to use any you know, I don't know, I'm only allowed to use this kind of weapon, or I'm not allowed to use armor, or, you know, they'll put some limitation, right? That and also it's highly edited videos now, right? The kind of videos that you see for video gaming, so I guess it like sort of lends itself less towards streaming and more towards people that come up with a concept, first of all, like a unique concept. They do the concept and then they edit their gameplay into something that's a lot more almost like a Mr. Beast style of editing, right? You know, where it's just very fast paced. But I don't know, maybe even that's changing too. It seems like now, especially now that Mr. Beast is just like completely, I don't know, Mr. Beast is like getting destroyed, and people are moving more towards what I would call a storytelling form of content, which is kind of where YouTube started. It's kind of what content is all about, right? When we're doing content, when we're doing streaming, it actually relates back to a very old human tradition, and that is the tradition of storytelling. And I've always said that if you're not telling a story, you know, what are you doing? So, yeah, storytelling is great.
This is fire. I mean, this is cool, and it's
the guy with the chocolate bars. Wait, chocolate bars. Who had the chocolate bars?
Much cooler than I.
Are you thinking the chocolate cookies? That's Pokimane.
Anticipated.
I can see CNN from here. Anderson! Anderson!
Oh, Mr. Beast has the chocolate bars. Willy Wonka, Mr. Beast.
This is in your right.
Yeah, he's kind of like an evil Willy Wonka. Although, if you think about it, Willy Wonka was kind of evil too. Oh my God, food looks so good, chat. Food looks so good. Look, this is like the cycle. I go through. I get groceries every 2 weeks, right? And at the end of the 2 weeks, I've got like nothing left in the house but like brown rice and cabbage, and like any kind of food just looks so delicious. I'm like, popcorn and pretzels, damn.
That would not be in my rider.
Protein. We need more protein in here.
It would feature Core Power Elite.
Firebrand, thank you for the follow.
42 grams of protein, 230 calories. Sick.
On the face of it.
Totally not eating a chocolate. Oh, god damn. That's the other thing I want to do. That's the other thing. He goes to such a good gym. Oh my god, chat. Look, I don't think I'll ever be rich like Hasan. But if I could afford a gym membership to a gym that has like fucking heavy bags, I would be one happy girl.
Hasan is a bro, one of these so-called masculine men that Jackson and Charm hold.
Oh no, it's Infrared! Yo! Friend of the VOD. Infrared Haas. There's our guy. With a totally not phallic cigar in his mouth. What do they call the smoke thing? The right-wingers, they have, oh my god, I can't remember what they call it. It's like the Greek word for smoke or something.
Revere and aspire to be.
Do you know about this?
Haas was mad about this video? How come? Because he didn't get in it more?
Maga communism.
Yes, Jackson Hinkle being one of them.
That's Peter Coffin, chat. You see that? Peter Coffin has really been been hitting the gym. Look at this.
Man is a bro, one of these.
Okay, terrible round kick for him, but
masculine men that Jackson and Charm hold, revere and aspire to be.
There we go. Look at that, Peter Coffin. Peter Coffin. That's what Peter Coffin looks like now. Just kidding, chat. Just kidding. It's not really. It does look like Peter Coffin if Peter Coffin bulked the fuck up. Although still not very low percentage body fat, but pretty a lot of muscle.
Do you know about this Maga communism?
Yes, Jackson Hinkle being one of them. He was like a Bernie bro, I think, back in the day. I'm like, I don't know anything about the guy.
You were a Bernie.
See, here's the thing. And back in the day, I was an expert. I was the expert on MAGA communism before it was even called MAGA communism. I noticed these people. I looked into who they are. I looked into what they were about, and I realized that the Voshes, the Dylan Burns, the Destinies of the world did not know what they were dealing with. These guys were playing a game on a fundamentally different level, and other, streamers were getting used by them. So I educated myself into, what their actual philosophy. And when they would come into my chat, and when they would try to start shit with me, I would tell people who the fuck they were, which is the one thing that they don't want. They want you to call them a tanky. They hide behind that veneer. They do not want you to reveal them as the fascists that they actually are, because that makes it more difficult for them to integrate themselves into, communist movements in some way. But in actuality, they are, a wolf in, they're a fascist in communist clothing.
Guy, you're a Bernie bro.
But yeah, I kind of stopped covering it because I thought people, I thought everybody already knew it and they were kind of bored with it, and I don't know.
Yeah, I like Bernie a lot, yeah.
But Hasan says his brand of masculinity is very, very different.
As bad as Haas is, I wouldn't want to be associated with him either. Wait, with Jackson? Wait, I'm trying to figure out what chat's saying. He didn't like being associated with Charmhole. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I love him being associated with Charmhole. Look, Charmhole is representative of Haas's audience, all right? But even Haas realizes that Charmhole is not a good brand ambassador. I love that they put Charmhole in there. I love that they made Charmhole the representative. All right, chat. Looks like we're 23 minutes through this video. We're more than halfway through. Let's check the poll. Oh, look at that. Food Fighters in first place. Noah Sampson, second place. Sunday versus FD, third place. Legal Eagle musician suing Trump, fourth place. If I factor in the donos, then it looks like Foo Fighters are still winning, with Noah Sampson in second place and President Sunday in third place. Legal Eagle falling off the map. Look, everybody wanted to see this Legal Eagle video the other night. I don't know, maybe I just missed the chance. There's also a Legal Eagle about P. Diddy that maybe we will watch tomorrow. I'm trying to work so I'm not doing such a long stream. I'm trying to work so that I'm getting to bed on a reasonable time and then starting the stream earlier when I normally start it. So, yeah, we're just going to do this content for tonight. But if we hit that dono goal, we're at 42% of the way there. If we get to 100% of the way there by the end of, I think we got like about 20 minutes left of this. I'll probably take, that's like 20 minutes. I'll turn it into 45 minutes easily. Then we will earn that content. And right now it looks like that content is Foo Fighters AIDS denialism. That's a Rebecca Watson video exposing the Foo Fighters, who I never thought I would associate with like being like AIDS denialists. So I'm kind of curious what that's about. Apparently chat is curious about what that's about too, because you're voting for it. We've got 47 likes, which is, I mean, more than we had last time I checked in. You haven't liked the stream yet. It's a good time to remember. Liking the stream lets YouTube know what kind of viewers like the stream, and it'll bring in more people that maybe are just like you for real. That sounds good to you, then hit that like button.
To Jackson's.
Hitler, at the end of the war, he killed himself. He's a faggot.
Like, how does
Oh my god! Hitler is gay because he committed suicide?
this happen where you are to the right of Adolf Hitler?
What is it about some of these guys that has made them go from far left to far right?
Like every young man in a certain point of their lives have like had some.
I heard that Raditz is looking to clone President Sunday. Wait a minute. Raditz. That's the guy from Dragon Ball Z, like the first enemy. Wait, does Raditz clone somebody? I mean, I know who Raditz is, but... I love Rebecca Watson. I watch all her videos, longtime fan. Yeah. Yeah, she was like one of the actually good atheists back in the day. She was like, I feel like I've heard you mention these people before. Who are they?
some kind of insecurity, whether it be about
Dragon Ball Raditz had an attack named Double Sunday. Oh damn. I mean, that's a pretty good name for an attack.
their sexuality, or whether it be about like their future prospects or whatever. And I think that like a lot of these guys take advantage of that and present this false narrative that like, in order to be a man, you got to be like homophobic. It's like, no, a real.
Yeah. Oh my God. Wait, did Hasan watch his footage? He sounds like he's narrating the charm hole. He sounds like he's narrating the charm hole segment. That's exactly what's going on with charm hole. That's exactly what's going on. Somebody that got emasculated at a young age, you know, was constantly called gay on the playground, and Jackson Hinkle's able to sell a version of patriarchy that to him is like a fig leaf over his own insecurities, right? You will no longer be called gay. You will be the one calling others gay. Just like Child Logic is no longer called the R slur, like potentially he was on the playground growing up. He's the one, you know, he's a big clouded up Twitch streamer now. He gets to call other people the R slur.
And is going to want to protect people who are marginalized.
It really is getting intertwined more and more with politics, where a lot of young men who are disillusioned.
Wait, Hasan takes TRT. Wait, what is TRT? I was talking. Oh, wait, did I misread something? Rebecca Watson was the lady who was the subject of Elevator Gate. I almost forgot about that. You're right. Oh, you were talking to Narwhal when you said you feel... Okay, sorry. I got it.
For whatever reason, they don't have a girlfriend, they don't have a job, and they have people telling them, wait, this is not your fault. And to some extent, you know, it's a societal issue.
It's all sexual insecurity. You may be right.
To blame. In a way that can have profound impacts for our society and our politics.
Yeah, I mean, you're...
Oh, testosterone replacement therapy. Interesting. I mean, does he actually? I mean, he may. I don't know if he's natty or not. He could easily be natty, which is actually an insult if he's on the juice. I know a little bit about gym bro culture, chat, for reasons. You hang out around a kickboxing gym long enough, you learn these things. Who's natty and who's not?
Absolutely correct, which is why I always advocate to fix the underlying material inequalities that creates a perfect opportunity for these kind of guys to be radicalized.
Hasan admitted he was on TRT? Damn. I mean, look, I'm not, you know, dissing anyone, but yeah. I guess he must be limited in his workouts due to being a streamer. I don't know.
In this way,
the DNC had given Hasan a nice setup.
Whoa! I just dropped.
Didn't he used to be like really big? Like really big?
Didn't give the Twitch streamer the thing
Sasha
he
G
needed.
super chatted $5.
Yo, Sasha G, thank you for the $5 super chat. TRT news. That's what I thought of too. Yeah. Peter Coffin went off the rails with his response to plagiarism on YouTube. Oh yeah, Peter Coffin tried to do he was trying to get the anti-H-bomber guy audience, I think. He made it all about... Now Trin or D-Bull, that shit will make you huge. Wait, TRT doesn't do that much? Doesn't make you ripped that much? Yeah, it's the kind of thing that guys can get prescribed to them if they go to the doctor with the right set of symptoms, right? I've heard of a lot of guys like sharing the thing that you need to tell your doctor in order to get put on a test.
Did most a working internet connection.
It's completely gone. The internet is completely gone. They shut it off.
With the great Paddy LaBelle rehearsing behind him,
what the f?
We left Hasan to figure out his technical difficulties. As we moved around the DNC, we saw more and more creators and influencers, each one trying to upstage the other.
Okay, so I'm here at the Democratic DNC Day 1.
What is a skibbity? That's such BS.
So you got Ben and Ari here. You got a right-wing guy versus a really big supporter for Harris here. I gotta give it to them. They are arguing statistics and policies. It hasn't divulged into culture war bullshit yet.
But that didn't last long.
Okay, well, I did it. I used the gender-neutral bathroom, and out there, here you are. There is something wrong with that.
Ben had soon moved on to the convention's
There's something wrong with a single occupancy bathroom that anybody can use. Is this male privilege? I know there's like a whole thing where there's like like I'm just trying to think, right? Because like there's usually not a line for the men's bathroom, but often there is a line for the women's. So if you make a bathroom, you know, if you got a set of stalls that are, or a set of like single occupancy bathrooms that are gender neutral, maybe there's, yeah, aren't most bathrooms gender neutral? I mean, mine at home is. I left a house party because they only had a gender neutral toilet. Yeah. Changing a baby in a public restroom is un-American. I don't think he's on T. Wouldn't he have hair loss? I don't know. I don't know like a lot of the particularities of different like regimens of performance enhancing drugs. But again, it's not necessarily a performance enhancing drug. I guess what I was trying to say earlier was that there are conditions that for which, you know, T will be prescribed. Right, and so you know if like it's used as a medication for some things. He goes to every single city council and county board meeting. The whole point of a gender neutral bathroom is that anyone can use it. If you feel wrong in the bathroom, check yourself. I got into an argument with him about socialism, who was Hasan, and a protest against Trump's border policy. DHT. Wait, takes DHT for hair loss? Wait, doesn't DHT like cause hair loss? What is the Propecia, right? Is the or like pro what's it called? Is it called Propecia or something like that? It's like the hair loss medication. Imagine being a grown-ass man either actually shook by the concept of a gender-neutral bathroom or pretending to be for attention to an attempt to monetize. He misses peeking into the next urinal. Yeah, I guess so. Tren was developed to help burn victims. Nice. TRT does cause hair loss. DHT applied to your head prevents hair loss? Yeah, isn't DHT's like the super hardcore version of testosterone that the guy in the CNN video. Oh, that guy. Oh, I see. I think it's great that there are gender neutral bathroom. It increases the number. Yes, exactly. That's my argument. He takes Propecia, or at least he used it. He's a local far-right... Oh, this guy's a local far-right provocateur in your hometown. Don't have enough public bathrooms, frankly. Yeah. And, like, yeah, making it, like, a single occupancy one rather than, like, a whole-ass, you know... I wish that code would allow for more gender-neutral toilets. Super hard. Tren is the super hardcore testosterone. Oh my god, chat. I'm gonna have to get my steroid hormone chart out again. Wikipedia has a really good Like one of my favorite charts for biochemistry is on Wikipedia.
Gender.
It's the steroid hormone synthesis chart.
Restrooms.
How was that experience?
I'll tell you what.
He was joined at the restrooms by Mike Lindell, the pillow salesman and election denier who was also in disguise.
Shaving off my mustache. We're going inside the Democrat convention in disguise. Are you from Ireland?
I did not recognize you.
Mike isn't exactly discreet.
I snuck in. I'm in the Democrat convention.
Lindell debated too, with a 12-year-old content creator.
257,000 votes. This happened last week. A judge ruled in Georgia.
Who wasn't buying it.
So your sources trust me, bro? That's your source? He provided no facts, no sources.
Mike Lindell just got rolled
Got fucking owned.
by a 12-year-old.
It's Adam Mockler, friend of the pod. Just kidding. I don't know Adam Mockler.
Jackson Hinkle
I feel like if I did, we'd argue. I feel like we'd get into it.
didn't make it to Chicago for the convention this summer, but he had made multiple trips to Russia.
Now I'm in Vladivostok. I'm safe for the time being.
I wanted to find out who Jackson really is, so we finally got to speak to him.
You are an absolute gift to the propagandists in Russia and China.
I'm a gift to the free people of the world.
And to some of the people.
What an asshole.
Are you worried for him?
I'm more worried for myself doing this right now, honestly, but
why?
I don't want his army coming after me for speaking out against the Maga communism movement.
Being president.
I'm gonna get so fucked for this music. Alright, here, let's make this a little bit bigger. Oh wait, did I make it too big? Still on here? Okay, a little bit smaller. So we can see the DHT. Alright, it's right down there at the very bottom is DHT. Alright, so yeah, this is every single steroid hormone in your body and how it all comes from a cholesterol backbone that has its side chain trimmed off of it and is then converted in a series of reactions, starting with cholesterol side chain cleavage enzyme, which, yes, as you might imagine, cleaves the side chain off of cholesterol and converts it to whatever the hell your body might need. And you can get to, you can get to cortisol from here, you can get to aldosterone from here, you can get to various estrogens from here, and yes, you can get to various androgens, which is where testosterone lives. And with a 5-alpha reductase enzyme, we can turn testosterone into dihydrotestosterone, aka DHT. With a reductase, which adds a hydrogen right here. And actually breaks this double bond on the first steroid ring, right? These rings are, I think it's like A, B, C, D is how these rings are. Anyway, Chad, I don't want to bore you too much with biochem, but yeah, this is the DHT, and it's made from testosterone. It's a one-step reaction with the enzyme 5-alpha reductase from testosterone, reducing that bond, that double bond right there, and adding a hydrogen to make it into dihydrotestosterone. And yeah, as the chart indicates, the 5-alpha reductase enzyme lives in the smooth endoplasmic reticulum. But yeah, it's my understanding that the DHT is where a lot of, at least like, where a lot of the hair loss action comes from. But I don't know, does putting it on topically somehow have a positive effect towards hair? I don't know.
Get him. What's his name?
Beachy.
He's beautiful.
A surfing competition isn't exactly where you might expect all of this political activity.
300 Biden, man. 300 Biden.
300 Biden, hell yeah. What the hell? What is this? He's my president. Yeah, this is a real president. He has a militia? That's scary. Wait, I think that was a figure of speech, maybe?
More worried for myself doing this right now, honestly. But
Russia and China.
I wanted to find out who Jackson really is, so we finally got to speak to him.
You are an absolute
It's used to keep the hair on your head?
To the propagandists in Russia and
Free the hog! That's right.
I'm a gift to the free people of the world.
And to some of the people who knew him best. Are you worried for him?
I'm more worried.
Oh, shit, I gotta switch to...
For myself doing this right now, honestly, but
why?
I don't want his army coming after me for speaking out against the MAGA communism movement.
Yeah, so he doesn't mean an actual militia or anything like that. I think he just means that he's got kind of a rabid fan base. So Jackson Hinkle is huge on Twitter. I think he's also huge on Rumble, right? So he's talking about the Twitter bot. Yeah, mostly. Globitz, you're probably right. It's probably mostly bots. But it does seem like a lot of people, if you don't know which ones are bots. Those neo-reactionary types like Curtis Yarvin, is very influential in Silicon Valley, and they write like J.D. Vance. I have got actually an article somewhere. Is it this one? Yeah, I was poking around. This is, Intelligencer? J.D. Vance and the rise of post-liberal Catholics. Interesting. But yeah, I guess that's what you could call these post-liberal Catholics a branch of the neo-reactionary movement. It's DHT blockers. Thank you. Thank you for confirming that I have not indeed forgotten more biochemistry than I remember. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, DHT blockers. In fact, I would guess that it's probably a 5-alpha reductase blocker, right? So again, that enzyme, 5-alpha reductase, which facilitates the reaction turning testosterone into dihydrotestosterone. If you block that enzyme, then this pathway no longer works.
Vote for hope, not fear and divisiveness. Surfers for Kennedy. Surfers for Kennedy. Surfers for Kennedy. What do you think about a surfing president? Get him.
What's his name?
BT.
He's beautiful.
A surfing competition isn't exactly where you might expect all of this political activity.
300 Biden, man. 300 Biden. He's my president.
But this is an election year, and this is Orange County in Southern California.
I voted for Reagan.
Yeah.
I voted for Perot. And ever since then, I've voted Democrat. I feel hard.
You know, actually, I feel like there's a parallel between the RFK campaign and this Hinkle Haas kind of stuff. RFK Jr. masquerades at various points as so many different things. Masquerades as a progressive, masquerades as a populist, and in reality, he's just a crunchier flavor of chud. Yeah, like, think about it this way, right? Trump is the creamy peanut butter. RFK is the crunchy peanut butter, but they're both chuds. They're both peanut butter. Not that there's anything wrong with peanut butter.
Irene Morris voted Democrat for decades, but since RFK dropped out of the race and endorsed Trump, she says she'll now probably vote MAGA.
I'm voting.
Yeah, so people out there do exist that are like, yeah, Democrats, right? And then a Democrat comes along that's like, yeah, actually, I think COVID was created by the Chinese Communist Party to spare Asians and Jewish people, and right? And you know, she's like, oh, it makes sense to me.
Against the appointee from.
You thought I was about to say chunky dicks? God damn.
The Swamp Factory.
The Swamp Factory.
Jackson Hinkle has had a similar, albeit more dramatic, journey from the political left to the political right. Before he was a social media firebrand and before he was a darling of the Kremlin and Russian state TV, Jackson grew up here. And just a few short years ago, he was a soft-spoken kid who picked up trash on the beach and organised to cut down on plastics in his school.
We really bonded because we were in the same environmental science class.
Josh Green was friends with Jackson all throughout their teens.
We were some of the few liberal students in our entire school. We had a very conservative student body.
Josh and Jackson campaigned for liberal causes together.
And so we would often be ridiculed for standing up for...
Oh, wow. So this is the guy that's afraid of being attacked by the Maga communism army. Apparently a friend of, childhood friend of Hinkle's. Sasha G, did I get your choice for bonus content? Looks like right now, Foo Fighters AIDS denialism. I almost forgot to add yours, but I did. We're up to 47% now, thanks to Sasha G. I got distracted, I think. Foo Fighters AIDS denialism in first place. Noah Samson versus Anti-Bread 2 video in second place. Sunday and Attack on Titan in third place. And Legal Eagle musicians suing Trump in fourth place. But if I add in the dono percentages, it puts Food Fighters. Foo Fighters is still in the lead. Noah Samson in second place. Okay, so it doesn't really, Foo Fighters it is. So Foo Fighters gets 25%, even more in the lead. So yeah, I mean, like, that looks like what we're in for if we end up hitting the dono goal tonight. It's at 47% out of 100%. We are, I don't know, 2/3 of the way through this video, I would guess. And if we get to that 100% by the end of the stream, then we're due for some bonus content, which right now looks like it would be Foo Fighters AIDS denialism. That's a Rebecca Watson video telling us something that I like. Anyway, chat suggested this to me in my Discord, right? This came through on stream suggestions. I wouldn't have known about it otherwise. But when people in my Discord suggest things, sometimes I take note. I'm supposed to be doing this, chat. Here's the Discord if you haven't joined already. Boom. And boom. And if you want to suggest content to me, do it in join the Discord and do it in stream suggestions. You can also, if you end up making any clips of me, either on YouTube or on Twitch, you can put those in stream clips. And I'll try to watch the clips at the beginning of the stream. I need to be doing that more. Oh God. Speaking of things that I need to be doing more, I sometimes forget to thank Patreon, right? Because without Patreon, I don't know if I'd be here. Chat, there's been months before where I have relied on Patreon money to get me to be able to pay my bills. So I'm very appreciative of the Patreon gang, the growing Patreon gang, right? Omega Star with the 500 bits. Let's bring the foo down. Let's bring the dono goal up to 52. Thanks to Omega Star. And let's bring the Foo Fighters to 30%. Yeah, it looks like we're on track to make that happen. All right, so what do I need to do? I need to thank... Okay, so chat, we have various tiers on Patreon. You get access to uncensored, unedited, like kind of like, you know, Snyder cut length versions of all of my content, all of my videos before they come out. Right now there's a video of Westside Tyler versus Lonerbox that's up on there for all of my Patreon, right? For the $5 tier and above, you also get a fancy shout out, because those are the fancy weasels. If you want to be fancy, you can give me $5 a month and I will give you a shout out. So shouts out to JR, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Funky Monkey, and shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Everybody there on the fancy weasel level. Also, fancy shouts out to both Zera Xerax and Omega Star, who are at the fancy Weasel level. The perk of that one is that I'm going to be starting doing like a post stream on Discord where I hang out in voice chat for a little while after stream, and I just got to get together with Omega Star and Zera, the two fancy weasels at the moment, to find out what the best day for them to do that is. So look forward to that. As far as the premium streamium, right? I've got that on the books. My problem is that like that's a paywall, right? I mean, I'm doing a lot of content, a lot of days, and if I'm going to do a special premium stream for members, for subs, and for Patreons, then I need to make it something special, and I've just been too busy to really make it special. So essentially, like, every day is your premium streamium right now, but eventually we're going to start doing that. I hate like locking the door on people and being like, nope, it's only for special, it's only for subs and you know, members and Patreons, but we'll get that going too. But yeah, shouts out to everybody on Patreon, and thank you so much for making this feasible for me, right? It's through your support that I'm able to do this. Also, thank you to Thumb Gang. Okay, when I'm thanking people that are supporting the stream monetarily, I cannot forget to also thank people that support the stream merely with their thumbs, okay? Because sometimes you're in that place, and if you know, if you don't have the money to be able to support me financially, you should take care of yourself and those that you love first and foremost, right? I don't want anybody to ever feel obliged to support the stream monetarily when they are not in a financial position to do so, and realize that you can do a lot with your mere thumbs. Thumbs are powerful. They're not powerful in and of themselves, but when we all put our thumbs together, we can thumb wrestle that algorithm into submission and make it push my content. So thank you, Thumb Gang, as well. All right, let's get back to the content. It's so hard for me to do to remember to do all the stuff that I'm supposed to do to be a successful streamer and to support myself on these platforms, but I'm trying to get better at it.
Progressive issues like the environment or gun safety or gay rights, you know, people thought that we were, you know, soft leftist snowflakes.
After Jackson graduated high school, he was the youngest person here to run.
See, the biggest problem with, you know, the component of the online left, like the Voshes of the world, is that they've got this chip on their shoulder where they need to prove they're not the soft snowflake left, right? They unironically buy into the Shapiro definitions of leftism. And they need to be, in some ways, right-wing to prove themselves to not be the soft snowflakes, right? And that's really where they get in trouble, because what they end up doing is like, all right, we got to find somebody to throw under the bus. Hey, actually, women, you know, women have it too good. Nobody talks about men's special problems, right? And I'm going to do that as Vosh, or like, you know, I don't know, comparing, you know, comparing black people to like ethno-nationalists for them standing up for self-determination. There's so many examples of these assholes trying to prove themselves not to be a leftist snowflake, and this is where it leads, unironically. Now, obviously, there's a long distance between your Voshes and your Jackson Hinkles, but it's the same road. And just like Chud Logic, they're like one cancellation away from leaving the left. That's the situation that puts you in. And it also cuts you off from the people that you should be fighting for. If you want to prove yourself to be strong, how about stand up for marginalized people?
For city council.
I think that a good city council candidate has to be well-versed on the issues.
Orange County is very conservative.
What's wrong with talking about men's issues? I don't know, Simric. You're doing it right now. Are you having trouble doing it? Do you need to stand up for your marginalization as a man? Is that something that...
What are you rascally kids up to in this run for office?
We're up to a lot right now.
Or is that just something that Vosh does to capture the red pill? To capture the red pill audience out there, right? You see, it's fucking cynical as fuck.
He had a remarkable little career considering he was just out of high school. He was putting himself through junior college. And he was responsible for all the solar panels that you see around San Clemente High School. And that was his idea. And he just had that drive, that you see in some young people, but not a lot of them.
A natural communicator.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Jackson lost his election bid and sometime thereafter lost his youthful politics as well.
A lot of what I had been force-fed through my education as a young individual was all propaganda.
Something had turned him into this.
You're gonna kind of go down the path of faggots like that. They were all transgenders and gays.
The Nazis?
Yes.
Hey, man. I'd been searching for answers about Jackson, and he agreed to sit down and talk to me directly. You're promoting something called Maga communism.
Yeah, are we talking about men's liberation, though? Or are we talking about, oh my god, mythopoetic? Yep, nope, sorry, it's male aggrievement. It's male aggrievement. Look, this is where that road ends. If you want to keep on going down there, just go ahead and follow Jackson Hinkle on x.com.
Yes.
Which to a lot of people is going to sound moronic.
Well, I think it causes a lot of people to reassess their cancellation of the MAGA working class, and they've been written off. They've been called racist, or any sorts of names. They've just been canceled.
You are in some ways the quintessential American man, right?
Just for the record, I am not here to coddle privileged people, okay?
Surfer guy, California. So for the Russians or the Chinese to have somebody like you to go over there and basically shit all over America.
No shitting on America. I love this country. I love the people.
Yeah. No, this is the thing that people miss about these guys, right? They are conservatives. They are not. See, this is when you start thinking of them as tankies, right? You're a China simp. You're a Russia simp. You must be a tanky. Look, I will guarantee you that the things that these guys admire about governments like China and Russia, they got nothing to do with communism, all right? That's not what this is about at all. And yeah, he's a fucking, patriot. They also call themselves patriotic socialists. That was the other, they kind of toyed around with these two different brandings. There was like MAGA communism and there was patriotic socialism, right? Where there are two attempts to brand, which it does, there's a parallel with ANCAPs here, right? There's a parallel with a philosophy that incorporates two fundamentally incompatible things, right? You cannot have anarchism, which is a philosophy that there should be no unjustified hierarchies, with an unjustified hierarchy like capitalism. Just like, you can't have socialism with nationalism. What you actually have is Nazism, right? What you actually have is something that dresses itself up with a hammer and sickle, but at some point has the night of long knives in which all the communists, all the socialists get purged out of the movement. So yeah, but this is the same. I'm not blaming Donnie O'Sullivan. I actually think he's done a pretty good job. I'm surprised at how he's handled this remarkably well for a mainstream journalist, because these are very niche subsets of philosophies that are ideologies that are kind of hard to pin down. But you can see that he makes the mistake there of like, oh, so you must be bad mouthing the good old USA if you're over there simping for China, and it's like that's not quite how it works.
I just wanted to be better.
Is there not a way to do that without having to fly back and forth to Moscow and seem to be embracing authoritarian regimes?
Well, they're far less authoritarian than the United States.
Come on, man.
Ultimately,
God damn it. They're both authoritarian, all right? The furniture's moved. But yeah, overall, I wouldn't like if you Putin's Russia. Come on. This isn't hard. This isn't hard to figure out which one is more authoritarian. But when you start looking at one as authoritarian and the other one as free, you're missing the authoritarian. You're missing the authoritarian in the U.S. or you're missing conversely, the other way around, you're missing the authoritarianism in Putin's Russia.
Ultimately, I live in the generation where for the first time there's going to be a lower standard of living than the previous generation. That's not good.
And I mean, I hear all that, but when you say Russia and China have got it better.
Well, their major cities are much nicer. If you go and take high-speed rail hours into China,
you can't genuinely.
You can go to the grocery store and smell the bread. Their subways are beautiful. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is Tucker Carlson all over again.
Say that people in Russia and people in China have more liberties than people in the United States.
Okay, now here's the deal. If you're talking about the Soviet Union, you can say that there's a degree of like economic liberty that they have. In fact, if you even watch like videos of Russian boomers talking about the Soviet Union, you will see this. There are some of them miss the old system. I mean, maybe compared to Putin's Russia, you could even make an argument that it was better. But yeah, then there's on other like metrics, right? It's a lot less free when it comes to freedom of speech and stuff like that. But the problem is that both systems lack liberty. In the United States, your liberty is taken away by private property, is taken away by the mechanisms of capitalism. In the Soviet Union, it's not insulting the current ruling establishment, right? It's not but yeah, Putin's Russia, people forget, is not the Soviet Union. Vladimir Putin is not a crypto Stalinist or a crypto communist or socialist of any kind, right? He is what is risen to the top from the oligarchs, right? The United States did not reach out, a helping hand to the Soviet Union or to the former Soviet Union after it fell. And instead, everything that was controlled by the state became controlled by oligarchs, right? Putin is one of the most powerful, influential oligarchs among them. In fact, Putin's one of the richest people on the planet. Not very Soviet, right? But people make this mistake all the time. People really cannot get, especially boomers, right? Cannot get their heads out of the asshole of the 20th century and the Cold War and recognize that Putin's Russia is something fundamentally different than the USSR of the 20th century.
Speech.
You have a lot of free speech.
Really?
You do.
Think I have free speech?
You don't think you have free speech?
No. I mean, what's the public square today? It's obviously social media.
You have 3 million followers on X. You can post whatever you want. You're hosting events here. How do you not have free speech? What part of your speech is being curtailed?
It's very simple. It's very simple. Yes, I have 3 million followers on X. But what about Instagram? I've been banned. YouTube, I've been banned. I was banned from Raya, a dating site.
Jackson's bans might have something to do with his repeated sharings of hateful posts and his celebrations of violence.
You look like you're in pain.
I'd been left frustrated and confused.
Look, here's the deal, right? If you want freedom in terms of your social media, you can't have it when that social media is based on platforms that are privately owned. Right? That's not going to happen. You are not in the commons because there is no commons. Right? For a commons to happen, you would need to nationalize social media. And that is not in the fucking cards, at least here. USA maintains a global network of military bases, props up horrific regimes all over, including actively arming the genocide against the Palestinians right now. For its faults, Russian state isn't really comparable to the authoritarian repression. Look, they both fucking suck. Russia doesn't have the economy or the military to compare to the United States. Russia isn't able to enact its will on a global level the way that the United States is. but in their sphere of influence, they enact it.
Jackson, did he really believe all the stuff?
You literally don't have to pick one. You literally do not have to pick one. I feel like I'm taking it from both sides here.
Or was he just doing it all for social media clout or for money?
I just don't know if I believe you or not.
Whatever his motivations, his message and his propaganda is resonating.
You know, like Donald Trump, Jackson has definitely found a way to build an audience of people who feel disenfranchised or feel pushed away by our society and our system.
Was there ever a moment for you where you were like, what the hell is going on with my friend?
One of the first was when he did the interview with Tucker Carlson.
Joe Biden is plunging us into a fascist state.
Because Tucker Carlson is an asshole. Somebody who, like Jackson, either believes what they're saying or because they get paid a lot to do it. Jackson describes himself.
Ooh, it looks like some new Vosh tent just dropped. Thank you, Natalie. I don't know if we'll be able to get to it tonight or we'll have to do this tomorrow, but it's very interesting. We haven't talked about Vosh in a while, have we?
As a communist, right? Why? Because he smoked a lot of weed and read Karl Marx? He's the biggest fucking capitalist I've ever seen. I'm so disappointed in what's happened to Jackson. He had this opportunity to be something really positive, but he has become the king of conspiracy theories.
The king of conspiracy theories.
Have you heard of somebody called Jackson Hinkle?
Yes.
What do you think about him?
Not my politics at all.
Jackson had been condemned and disavowed by established pro-Palestinian activists.
People see our cause and our issue as their playground a lot of the times.
But he isn't alone in resetting his political compass.
I feel more like a man.
Does Hinkle support the Green New Deal still? I would be so surprised if he does. Anybody know? I don't. That must have been an earlier iteration of what did Vosh do now? We'll see tomorrow. He looks 40. This is Charmhole. Apparently he's like 30. What did he? I think people said he was like 33 or something.
Already, just listening to these gentlemen.
And some of it reflects a big change in American politics.
I think a lot of the younger generation, they have a different perspective of U.S. history of colonialization. They're skeptical of what the government's telling them.
This is CNN.
No, that'll get us clapped. That'll get us clapped. All right.
Jackson Hinkle fan and actively called.
Oh, Jackson looks 40? Yeah, he's like 23 or something. Yeah, Jackson's like really young.
The kind of hate Jackson spreads. But
I will say this. There are
Does he think positively of Tucker Carlson? I mean, as far as I know.
a lot of people that are on the payroll of the American government, or at least working at the behest of the American military-industrial complex, that say a metric ton of propaganda.
They think net zero is a globalist scam. Yeah, well, I mean, Haas definitely does. I haven't really looked into Hinkle that much. Looks like John Fetterman's gay brother.
It's never considered propaganda in that same vein as what Jackson Hinkle is doing. Now, I don't even know what his background is in terms of like if he's getting funded by foreign governments or whatnot.
for all his chauvinism and misinformation, Jackson is speaking to a different understanding of America.
COVID changed the world. There was a radicalization on the right when it came to lockdowns and it came to masks.
Yeah.
What about on the other side?
The American project hinges on being able to...
The ACP reject land back, calling it a CIA psyop. Jackson was praising... Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Praising Netanyahu months before October 7th. Yeah, he's such a fucking disingenuous little slimeball. Jackson Hinkle is every bit...
Weasel!
A weasel. And not the good kind either. Not the cool kind.
To afford your treats. The moment that your access to your treats that are affordable are restricted, everything will fall apart. Society collapses. Because then you're like, well, what the am I doing this for? You know, I have a shit-ass job, no future prospects, barely can make payments.
So it's funny how Hasan's his whole method of operation, right, is to try to take concepts like the core and like the core of the empire and try to make them digestible, like, you know, take them outside of the sort of Marxist lexicon. But that's what he's describing, right? Is that because of the United States' power on the world stage, the proletariat in the US is treated a little bit different than the proletariat in the rest of the world. And that gets, you know, that gets the buy-in of enough people to keep capitalism stable for another day. That and the lack of class consciousness, the alienation, right? All the kinds of mindfucks that capitalism works on us. And the fact that it's easier for us to imagine the end of the world than it is for us to imagine the end of capitalism.
But at least I can go to Applebee's and get $5 jalapeno poppers, right? Okay, and hang out with the boys and slam a couple brews, watch some football. COVID broke that a little bit. All of a sudden, everyone was like, well, okay, what's the whole purpose of this then? If I can't have my treats. I think that was like the breaking point for a lot of people.
Jackson Hinkle, 8 years ago, was like a Bernie kid. Now he's hanging out at the Kremlin, basically.
Mm-hmm.
How does that happen?
I don't think his political compass is very well aligned.
Joshua Frank.
Is that how white people say jalapeno? Yes. No, actually, let me try to explain this, all right? Okay, so a white person in Alabama in the 1980s would probably say jalapeno, all right? A white boomer from a long time ago, yeah, like when you know, when these foods were novelties to the majority of white people in America, yeah, they would pronounce it like that. Hasan is affecting like that stereotype, I guess, as like a sort of stereotype of the American public. Does that make sense? Hasan's not confused about how to pronounce jalapeno. And most Americans know how to pronounce jalapeno. But it's like a stereotype, right? Of just like a completely, you know, America-centric American, right? Which Americans are. Americans are like the you know, some of the most wealthy people in the world, and yet no passports. There are very few percentage of Americans actually have a passport. Very few percentage of Americans travel. Very few percentage of Americans know other languages, right? Because they don't have to. It's a luxury, and it's also like kind of a narcissism, right? It's an assumption that that we are the center of the world, and there's nothing out there that's really worth a shit.
Is the editor of Counterpunch.
Oh, here we go.
Left-wing magazines in the world.
Oh my God, Tankis equals MAGA communist. No. No, no, no. All right. Look, if you want to make a MAGA communist very happy, call them a tanky. They will love you. They will be your best friend. They want you to think that that's what they are. They want you to confuse them with MLs. MAGA communists, much like, you know, MAGA itself, if you scratch the surface, you will find fascism underneath, right? That's what they are. But much like the third positionists of old, they cloak themselves in a, you know, populist / leftist guise in order to infiltrate movements like that, right? That it's really important. If I could drive anything home from this video, it would be that Tanky's not equal to MAGA communists. Now, you can say that you don't like authoritarian leftists and you don't like MAGA communists, but please at least know the difference, because otherwise you're going to make Infrared Haas cream his fucking pants. And that's a thought that I can't really handle right now. I cannot handle the thought of Infrared Haas like ejecting buckets of cum into his shorts. That's just, no.
I certainly don't think he's on the left. I don't know what a mega communist actually is, and I don't think he does.
One thing that Jackson and I can agree on, we're both American patriots in the sense that we're willing to criticize our own country. I don't disagree with everything that he says. I think there's way...
Tankies are totalitarians underneath. Why are you talking about 50s British communists to me? What does this have to do? What is like, you know, 50s British communists and their takes on like Hungary, what does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
Too much Russia phobia in this country. Obviously, the war with Russia and Ukraine is horrible, but I think this country needs to eventually work with countries like Russia and China.
You know, I think...
Jesus Christ. No, this country does not need to work with Putin's fucking Russia, all right? That's not... Like, you know what that would look? That would look like Trump being elected president and negotiating some sort of a deal where Putin takes half of Ukraine. Like, that's what that would look like, right? And then he comes back in 2 years for another bite, right? And he keeps on moving, and then he takes it. Then he wants to take a bite out of Poland. Then he wants to take a bite out of Moldova. He wants to take a bite out of the Baltic states. Yeah, no, U.S. and Russia should not work together. That's a bad idea.
I think a lot of the younger generation, they have a different perspective of U.S. history of colonialization. They're further away from World War II and that narrative. They're skeptical.
Look, look, Bovine, if somebody loves Russia, they're probably a fascist, right? Please know the difference between... Look, if left and right look the same to you, then it's because you have your head up your ass, right? It's because you've managed to jam your head up your ass and you've got a warped perspective. If you're like, left and the right, it looks like the same thing to me. That is a fucking dipshit perspective, right? Please pull your head out of your ass. God damn. You can believe in what you want to believe. You can, you know, be sus of different, like, political ideologies, but know the difference at the very least. That's the least I could do for you, is help you to disambiguate these things that other people just seem to have problems telling the difference between.
Of what the government's telling them to believe, especially when they're seeing an alternative in their social media feeds. But that's also where it can get kind of dangerous, because you do have to have some sense of media literacy.
Yeah, because it's one thing having a healthy skepticism of any media outlet, really, right? And any narrative that's being pushed. But on the other hand,
a tanky is a red flag more for the person going around pointing fingers and seeing tankies everywhere than it is for the person being accused of being a tanky. Now, like, right, some people that call themselves tankies, like Infrared Haas, turn out to be fascists, right? They're using that as a fig leaf, right? But it's a real red flag when you're like tanky, 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 right? We had somebody in my Discord that had like an obsession, like, with tankies, that was like on a witch hunt, or was seeing tankies anywhere and everywhere, and it's just not good. It's fucking brain rot is what it is, right? If that's your issue, is that you're seeing Stalinists everywhere, I don't know, either you're hanging out with too many Stalinists, or you're just completely...
And what you have is people totally abandoning journalism, getting their news from somebody like Jackson Hinkle.
If you or a loved one has ever been fooled by Western propaganda about Ukraine, I don't blame you.
He'll post stuff that
fucking shit
is so infuriatingly ill-informed. So many people in his comments, in his community, just take what he's saying.
Wait, now wait, where is he? That's Infrared. That is Infrared. Yeah, that's Infrared stream. He's on there, I guess, with Haas. Oh my god, chat. Look, we're gonna have to go over this more. I can tell there's a lot of confusion in chat. It's my fault for assuming that this stuff was old hat to people. Maybe it was old hat to people in my community a long time ago. We haven't had... Look, I fought with Infrared Haas, all right? There's videos of him, like, saying really weird stuff about me, getting really weird. Look up Infrared Gets Weird with Women. If you want to see my interactions with Infrared Haas, they were not positive. Let's just put it that way. I called him out for shit that other people did not understand that he was saying. And for that reason, even though as a much smaller streamer, I got his attention. I was a threat to him that Vosh or any of these other jackasses never were. But we're going to have to go down the fucking Nazgul vortex once again, I guess.
As the truth.
Jackson is a Russian propaganda dream, right?
Yeah. Yeah, whether he's doing it and he's on a payroll or not, they're getting a great bargain, right? I mean, if the guy was actually on the left, he would talk about the press in Russia.
Now wait, this is the counterpunch guy?
And the crackdown on the free press. They would talk about these things, but they don't, right? And why is that? It raises some flags for me.
Hey, Jackson.
How's it going?
You're breaking up a little bit, but that's okay.
Good here in Moscow, Russia. Yes, I see that it...
What is it called? How do you say it in Russian? It's like Moskva or something?
...is trying to reconnect the internet.
Now he's totally frozen.
When I next spoke to Jackson, he was back in Russia. The Kremlin had organized to bring him to parts of Ukraine it had illegally invaded.
Are they brainwashing you?
Oh shit, he's in Donetsk and Luhansk.
No, I think
he doesn't need to be brainwashed.
The only people who are being
He's like, no, my brain is fully clean already.
brainwashed are the people paid by the military-industrial complex to spout certain views.
You haven't gone kind of full Tucker Carlson yet, though. You haven't gone to a supermarket and started...
You gotta smell the bread, yeah. Oh, look at this. We don't have this in the United States.
Come on.
Oh.
Russian grocery store, the heart of evil. It will radicalize you against our leaders. That's how I feel anyway. Radicalize.
Yo, go to a fucking Thai grocery store. If he's talking about the prices like less, then yeah, you know, places with different standards of living tend to have lower prices. That's true. Although for Russia, Moscow is one of the higher standards of living. In fact, to the degree to where it doesn't seem to, like, the Ukrainian war hasn't really affected Moscow as much as the poorer parts of Russia.
Jackson denies taking money from the Russian government.
You're a guest, basically, of the Russian Foreign Ministry, right?
There's multiple private and public individuals that I think are supporting...
Also, Muscovy and EU4, I assume that's related. Wait, did somebody give me I think the Russian name for Moscow is Moskva? Written in Russian, obviously. Is it pronounced Moscow? Oh, okay. It's pronounced like the town in Idaho, then. Yeah.
My efforts to see the country.
People in that don't know it, they call it. They pronounce it. They're like Moscow, Idaho, but people from there, like, they call it Moscow.
And you know, showing me the truth about Russia. I pay for my travels. I pay for my hotel expenses.
Every time I think maybe this guy is mature, you tweet something stupid. You did a poll. You are facing a death sentence before a judge, but the judge is on her period. Are you okay with this? Like, are you just a straight up sexist? I just don't understand.
This is where they're wrong. I suspect Donnie O'Sullivan, not Donnie Trump, being part of Operation Mockingbird. There's no evidence of Jackson's ties to Russia as being financial, despite recent investigations of the Russians financing American influencers like Tim Pool and Lauren Chen, I'm sure you're talking about. There's lots of evidence that he was working with Tulsi Gabbard on the 352nd Psychological Warfare Battalion.
And what's the deal with this sort of stuff?
Well, of course, you know, you have to introduce comedy into the dark times. But
Jackson and his followers...
Wait, what is the comedy? Wait, sorry.
So I was dating all these women who were LARPing.
Oh, yes.
You have to introduce comedy into
this. Something stupid. You did a poll. You are facing a death sentence before a judge, but the judge is on her period. Are you okay with this?
Really? That's a banger tweet? That's a banger tweet? In Jackson Hinkle's world? That shit's doing numbers? Well, what if the judge was on her period? Or she might be a little harsher in her decision. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Getting sentenced to death, the judge is gonna make the decision over a longer period of time than a single week. More time spent on fake leftists. He was not dating all these women. I think you're right, Narwhal. I believe you. I think that's probably not true. Do these people not know that men also have hormonal cycles? Probably not. Sounds like a Vosh tweet. I don't know. I mean, look, Vosh is definitely not above the tactical misogyny.
Like, are you just a straight up sexist? I just don't understand. What's the deal with this sort of stuff?
Well, of course.
Also, like, do you understand comedy? Do you understand humor? Because that's not it, bro.
You know, you have to introduce comedy into the dark times. But
Jackson and his followers have a warped view of women and of the world.
So I was dating all these women who were LARPing as men, who want power for themselves, who want money, who want to be like men, unlike a traditional woman, and they all failed.
You were dating, like, what, high power, like, PMC women? Is that what he's trying to say? He was dating, like, doctors and lawyers and... Really? Oh my god.
Game theory suggests that the problem is not me.
But in an election year like this, a lot of things get warped.
In Springfield,
they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people who live there.
they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
That live there.
No, and this is what's happening in our country.
In our country.
My mom actually seen a post on Facebook. There was Haitians in a white van driving around.
No, God, no.
For what?
Skinning them and eating them.
We've heard from a number of constituents on the ground, Caitlin, who both firsthand and secondhand reports saying this stuff is happening.
If someone calls your office and says they saw Bigfoot, that doesn't mean they saw Bigfoot.
But J.D. Vance has also been the target of ridiculous...
They're also eating Bigfoots. They're eating the Sasquatch.
Let me break it down. Yesterday, multiple social media accounts spread...
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. You see he's an absolute chick magnet.
That's true. Good point. Good point. No, I didn't recognize that until you pointed it out, but you're right. He's irresistible somehow. I'm feeling myself just charmed by this hole of charisma, by this black hole of charisma. Right? That's why they call him Charm Hole. You get charmed and sucked right into the black hole.
Fake claims that in his book, Hillbilly Elegy...
Gotta love the casual woman hate.
...with a couch.
Sitting on a hard couch here.
Not my thing, but maybe it's J.D. Vance's. You know, it's funny, my mom was asking me about it, and she asked if it was true.
A lewd conspiracy
what?
about J.D. Vance and a couch doesn't quite undermine American democracy the same way as for years falsely claiming an election was stolen. But it does show how a conspiracy theory that might seem crazy or clearly a joke to some of us might not to someone else, especially if it plays into their political biases.
But your mom, who said...
Davy, are you putting that towards Foo Fighters, I'm guessing? We're 40% away from hitting the dono goal. Foo Fighters is winning. Foo Fighters is winning hands down.
Democrat?
Anti-Trump, I would call her.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she was genuinely wondering, did that happen?
Yeah, did that happen?
Yeah.
And that was after when Walz made the comment in his speech.
I can't wait to debate the guy. That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up.
That's coming up.
You see what I did there?
But I also think that that's our day and age with politics, right? You have someone like Trump and Vance out there saying a million things every day. So the Democrats pushing back in a funny way. It's kind of like they ask for it, right?
I spend a lot of my time talking to Trump supporters, trying to understand the rabbit holes people go down on your stream.
See, let me point out something else, all right? The Vance couch thing was about J.D. Vance. Most of the people talking about it did not think that it was a thing that he puts his dick in a couch. Whereas the Haitian thing was about Haitians, was about all of the refugees from a very dangerous, very politically unstable country that were in a town in Ohio. And it had ramifications towards all those people. Nobody was going to call in a fucking bomb threat. There was not, the Couch Defense Commission was not going to come together and fucking bomb threaten something that JD Vance was doing the way that happened in Springfield. That's the difference. That's it for anybody who doesn't get that. That's the difference.
You have a bit of fun with it sometimes. I think you also refer sometimes to Trump supporters as hogs. So you're not going to take the vaccine?
Absolutely not.
What if Trump came out and said, please take this vaccine?
No, I don't believe he'll take it.
Yeah, well, he did, idiot.
But you must feel some empathy at times, some sympathy.
Oh, yeah.
Some people genuinely believe this stuff.
I do ultimately still want to change the minds of people. I don't necessarily fault individuals for going down this rabbit hole, because I understand that we're all, in some ways, victim to propaganda. We cannot escape propaganda.
Rachel Maddow, she's broke my heart. Rachel, I thought you'd tell me the story.
More and more of us have people we love, our family, our friends, falling down rabbit holes. Rabbit holes that stoke fear and promote hate. Rabbit holes that can transform people from who they used to be. And rabbit holes that can even take them into war zones at the other side of the world.
Are you being followed by like the Russian security services, or for that matter, the CIA? I mean, surely the American government knows that you're there.
Well, I think if the CIA or the Russian intelligence is doing their job properly...
Is Hasan eating Jack in the Box? I don't know.
I wouldn't know, and I don't know.
Okay, well...
I haven't been to Jack in the Box in like forever.
Bring me back a fridge magnet or something, will you?
I've actually got a special gift for you. No, you'll like it, I promise.
Is it D's Nuts? It's definitely D's Nuts, isn't it? Yeah, that's what he was like. I got you some of D's. Oh my God. Well, chat, thank you again. I think Natalie, this was your suggestion, right? I believe Natalie Marie suggested this content to me in Discord. If I'm not mistaken. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people who live there. Bro opens up the box and D's nuts are right there. Yeah, it looks like jalapeno, it looks like jalapeno poppers. I have to remember to mispronounce it in the Hasan way. If they don't get their jalapeno poppers. Yeah, I mean, and the reason is that, right, like, so for anybody who's, you know, unsure, like, right, because it's Hasan's joke about jalapeno poppers, it's based on some cultural assumptions, right? That people understand what he's saying. And he's talking about, like, boomers who go to restaurants like, you know, Applebee's or TGI Fridays, and they order, not hors d'oeuvres, appetizer. I guess they are like hors d'oeuvres, right? Same idea, right? But in other words, if you're ordering appetizers, you know, you're doing all right. You're eating in a restaurant, you're ordering appetizers, you're not super worried about your money situation. And that's what he's saying, that the stability of the American, like, system relies on, is that even though you're getting fucked over and exploited by your boss, even though you're getting fucked over and exploited by capitalism, you've got enough money to go to TGI Fridays, to go to Applebee's, and to order. Actually, I've heard that Applebee's is Applebee's like cheaper now or something? Like, I don't know. Now fast food is like ridiculous, right? I think you can also get jalapeno poppers at Jack in the Box, if I'm not mistaken. They have those as well. But the idea is that you're going to a restaurant, you're ordering appetizers, like, you're doing all right. You got your treats, right? You're eating your treats. And that's what kind of keeps you happy in spite of the fact that you're getting fucked over, you're getting exploited, labor theory of value, etc., etc., etc. Hinkle is just like, ha, got him. Is Sasquatch just people meat? I mean, it probably tastes a lot like human. Eating out in this economy, right? Yeah, yeah, and so that's what's making things like, you know, kind of hard, and you know that it got you know, he mentions that during the lockdown, you're not able to get your treats, and for some people, maybe the treats aren't jalapeno poppers, maybe the treats are being able to go to your gym, and all of a sudden your gym is closed down because guess what? Getting sweaty, breathing heavy in close proximity to a bunch of other people is going to fucking spread, you know, the virus like nothing else. Can't even afford a McDonald's anymore. Yeah, they all got rid of the dollar menu. Jalapeno poppers is just hooning. Well, yeah, he's like making fun of like a certain, you know, like it's not even real. Like everybody knows it's pronounced jalapeno. Almost everybody in the United States, right? But if like if you found a boomer in Alabama in the 1980s, they might actually say jalapeno poppers, right? It's at the point where they're familiar enough to know that this is a food, but not familiar enough to know how to pronounce it. Or to know that the J is pronounced different in Spanish. The Nye makes the N turn into an NY. Still reeling from taking that cooking in a middle-class bourgeois. The take that cooking is a middle-class bourgeois activity? Oh god, yeah, I can't imagine like how people are able to afford not cooking. Like, is there a place that you can... I don't think there's any place that you can get, like, reasonably priced food where you're not making it yourself, right? Like, you know, fast food used to have the dollar menu. I guess that could be, you know, as cheaper than making your own stuff. College students are animals. Like, no cleanup or anything? Wait. I was in my school cafeteria today and someone was just coughing like a motherfucker and not covering. They coughed so hard. They threw up all over the table. No! And just left. Oh my god. What the fuck? Takes time for things to catch up. Using a stove or oven is woke and soy. Yeah, but they want to they want to take away our what are there's a conspiracy theory about the gas stoves. That the liberals are trying to take away your gas stoves for global warming. Whatever happened to that guy who kept hyping up Hooters as a reason why America is great? I don't know. Who is that? What's up, Impure? If I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Which, if I'm not, is like a bonus for you. You've been listening on and off for a few hours. Nice. But yeah, that's wild. Thank you, Natalie, for suggesting this content. And honestly, thank you everybody in stream suggestions. Everybody who takes stuff and you post stuff in stream suggestions. I obviously don't have the ability to cover all of your content, but I do look at my Discord and I do, you know, use stream suggestions for stream suggestions. Also, thank you to everybody who's been clipping me. I really appreciate that. I did a, you know, I did, like I showed people how to do it on Twitch. I showed people how to do it on YouTube. And some people took me up on that and they started clipping my stuff. So real massive appreciation. You don't know how much I appreciate that. And like, look, if we get a good clip, if we get enough clips, right, we'll get a good one. I'll actually put it up on TikTok or YouTube Shorts. Right? That's the idea. Lots of professional chefs have been coming out and saying there's no real difference between gas and electric stoves. My new apartment has an electric stove. Is it weird not seeing the flame? But then it's going better than I thought. I like Freebird, says Richard. Un-Americanism. I pronounced it correctly. Good. Okay. Have I shouted out the fancy weasels? I mean, I did earlier, but if you weren't here for that. Like, theoretically, I try to do this at the beginning and the ending of all my streams, but sometimes I don't remember, and I just do it in the middle. Right? Shouts out to JR, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Moe No Ape, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Funky Monkey. Those are the fancy weasels. And also shouts out, fancy shouts out to Zara Xerex and to Omega Star, my fancy weasels. And we're going to have to get something together sometime and figure out what day of the week we're going to do the Discord hangout, right? Fancy weasels get a Discord hangout with me after one stream every week. And so since I have two fancy weasels now, we gotta make that happen. We gotta figure out what a good time is. But yeah, let's take a look again. It looks like, yeah, Foo Fighters still winning in the poll. Noah Samson actually dropping even further in the poll. Foo Fighters at 33%. Noah Samson anti-BreadTube video at 28%. Sunday versus FD Signifier, Attack on Titan at 20%. Legal Eagle musicians suing Trump in the last place at 18%. Right? If I take the donations into consideration, it's actually Foo Fighters by even more. Foo Fighters are cleaning up tonight, so that's winning. We're at 62% of the dono goal. So 38% of the way from getting to opening up that bonus content for today. Didn't Thought Slime do a video on Hooters? Wait. What aspect of Hooters? There's so many aspects, like, right, you could be talking about femboy Hooters, or you could be talking about the fact that people who complain that Drag Queen Story Hour is grooming will regularly take their kids to Hooters, which would be, you know, if you're worried about sexualize or exposing the kids to sexuality. Oh, thank you, Katie. I consider myself a great cook, and I didn't have access to a gas stove for years, so I had to adapt. When we say gas stove, are we talking about the stove top, or are we talking about the oven itself, or both? I used to have a portable camping grill. Ooh, yeah, for hurricane season. Wait, do I have one of those? I definitely have some camping stuff, like, but I think it's like a camping cookware set or something. I'm CEO at Femboy Hooters. Nice. There's a difference in time, I guess, but I've never felt it's that drastic. Oh, as far as cooking? Yeah, I never really knew the difference. The only thing I know is that, like, gas stove, like, if it's got a pilot life, it could be dangerous, maybe? But yeah, apparently we're going to have to do more content on the Nazgul Vortex, as I call it. And that's just my, you know, all-encompassing name for, I guess you'd call it, like, what, the class reductionist to Nazgul pipeline. Right? All different flavors of third positionism, from MAGA communism to Strasserites. Talk about the Eurasian Conference and Duganism. Talk about the Russian Nazgul Party. Because I feel like there's just not enough, and for the fact that people are confusing that with tankies, and then confusing tanky, like, confusing it all, like, yeah, like, it's just like Marxist-Leninism, right? It's like, oh my god, if you want to make Infrared Haas cream his pants, call him a Marxist-Leninist, right? Like, tell him he's the only real Marxist-Leninist, right? Tell him he's a tanky and he'll be your best friend. That's exactly what he's trying to LARP as. Yeah, I think we need a refresher course. Do we want to, like, here, let me give it a chance, because, like, we are only 38% from hitting that dono goal. And I do have some content that Steven Crowder, Haas gets weird about women. Oh, come on. Maybe it's infrared gets weird. Red. Can I not bring up my fucking video? The two holes theory. Sam thought Haas Infrared was a band? What?
Ben Burgess is scheduled to...
Wait, let me... that's 1 year ago. Look at this. Tanky versus Nazi. God damn it, Vosh. You're doing him a favor here by calling him a tanky. See what I mean? For somebody that puts on so many intellectual airs, wow. Boblax even has a Haas video. Look at that. Vosh helping, giving Haas a helping hand. All right, I'm gonna have to look through my videos to find this. I have to go way back. Why is that video still up? God damn it. Oh my god, chat. After the shrimp trials, after infrared gets infrared. There it is.
We're gonna pick up where you left off right here, because I would love to see what else you have to say about the
Dude, who's that girl that talks all that shit about us on Twitter?
Who is that girl? Nobody's asking you to, like, put on a fursuit. I mean, I'm sure somebody is asking. Probably people in your Discord are asking you to put on a fursuit, but that's different. And I got the feeling that that was not the first time that Haas had been to VR chat. Red tubers are all weirdos, says Jimmy 100 Salami. The way that Trump wraps himself in the American flag, this dude wraps himself in toxic masculinity. He's definitely a lolcow, but he's really dangerous, and he's really bad. And his ideas are bad, and his heart is really bad. Look at this clean
Way too long of an intro, God. Like, I edit different, my voice is different, I look different, my skin is clearer. I remember to put lipstick on.
Shaven. Clean shaven. And if you notice something about the clean shaven Haas.
But yeah, like I said, this is like I dealt with Haas. I dealt with Haas a lot, right? I got his attention because I'm like the only one of any of the lefty streamer that was calling him out for the right thing. Right? Everybody was just like, oh yeah, he's the tanky, that big, loud, annoying tanky. And I was like, this guy's something different. And you gotta recognize it. It's important to know the difference. Know your Nazgul. Your life may depend on it.
We start to see maybe why he was growing that beard in the first
I've got blue hair right now. Nice.
Because he has what I would like call like younger brother face syndrome, where there's just like something about his face that's always gonna look like the kid brother. There's our dude, and like, you know, I mean, it would be cool if this was just like a video game or this was like a movie or something like this. No, this is real life. This dude is really like fucking losing it over me. Okay, let's watch.
Dude, who's that girl that talks all that shit about us on Twitter?
Who is that girl? Okay.
She like always talks shit about us.
What's her name, chat? What's this?
Recently, she called us Nazis.
I called you I did pin the tail on the Nazi. But actually, at this point, I hadn't called him a Nazi yet, because I was being real. You know, in the debate world, especially as a female streamer, you can get demonized really easily. You can get called bad faith. You can get attacked for, you know, going too hard on somebody or jumping to a conclusion, right? So I'm really careful when I say he's a third positionist at this point. I'm really careful in saying that, you know, essentially he's a Nazgul. I'm not calling him a Nazi. I'm calling him a third positionist at this point. But he's got, you know, this is what he's afraid of. This is what he's afraid of. He's a fascist. Whatever flavor of that fascist, I don't really care to know. Now I know a little bit more that, you know, it's the Dugan flavor, but you can see how sensitive he is about that, right? Call him a tanky all day. Call him a tanky all day and he will love you. He will be your best friend, right? He wants you to call him a tanky. He wants you to make that mistake.
No, not bullets.
Not bullets, okay.
She's a political streamer.
She's a political streamer. Who could that be?
She's a political streamer.
Ezra, who is it? Who is this chick? Who's that girl?
It's like you guys are always no comment. Yeah, it's no comment. She's
is
like,
it no?
Someone sent a clip in Discord. She was like, what did she say? Let me see. Let me actually see. She was like, Haas likes Nick Land and Dugan.
She's in the Discord? No, for the record, I was never in Infrared Haas's Discord. Jesus Christ. Where's he getting that? Echo? Wait, sorry. When you say echo, are you saying that my sound has an echo? Or are you saying it because there's like me on stream and then there's me like right here? Looking bad in a good way, if you catch my drift.
It probably means he's a Nazi. And what
well, I mean, the funny thing is, like, I did say that you like Landon Dugan. I didn't say it means you're a Nazi. But you seem to say that an awful lot, Haas. You seem to say that an awful lot. Oh my god, what is going on in his chat? What is fucking going on in his chat? I'm like reading this. Oh god, there's somebody in his chat that's like saying, is it a girl or a quote-unquote girl? Okay, so yeah, like as we all know, like Haas is, you know, a very much a trans ally, you know? Very pro trans. He doesn't like degeneracy and stuff, but he likes like good respectable trans people who follow like definitive, like, you know, gender roles and presentation, and you know what I mean. He's basically a trans med. Okay, so this trans med guy, no, actually, I mean, come on, let's be real. Like how skin deep is his supposed support of like the trans community? It's a front. He's well, anyway, we'll find out. Let's find that clip that he was talking about, though. That clip of that no comment girl, that no comment lady, that no comment femoid. What did that femoid say?
It's so long ago that I was only on... Wait, no, I was on YouTube for this. Oh, was it because he was banned, maybe?
I don't know. Maybe the Dugan memes. That might give you a clue.
Critical of like the
if
military
you knew
or whatever,
who
but
Nick
like,
Land was,
did he
and
do that
how much
dumb
they
thing
like
where he's
talking about Nick
China
Land?
only has 3
if you knew
bases
how
around
much
the world, and the United
like,
States has 600 military bases. Oh well, China has
never
one
met
ongoing genocide, and
a
to my
right-wing
knowledge,
concept
right
that
now,
he does not
America
love.
is not committing
Apparently,
any.
so I called you a right-winger, Haas. That's a little different than calling you a Nazi. You're the one who called yourself a Nazi. But hey, if the fucking jackboot fits.
American politics emerged after.
Here we go.
I would love to talk. Haas, if you ever want to talk, we're going to talk about this stuff right here. We're going to pick up where you left off right here, because I would love to see what else you have.
So the context is he's talking to, I think, a trans person, maybe from his community. Look at that, 219 subs, chat. If I had 219 subs on Twitch right now, they would give me not quite YouTube's cut, but almost YouTube's cut. We gotta concentrate on Twitch more, because they do treat, yeah, someone was into Asuka, yes. Yeah, well, I mean, like, look, I got made fun of for this, right? Because no, actually I kind of was wearing, these are the Asuka interfaces. I'm trying to remember how Asuka wore them though. Doesn't Asuka's go back here, right? I got made fun of by weirdos for this, right? Because apparently this is where Shinji wears his. But it's also where Rei wears hers, but they're not the right color for Rei, so I don't know.
To say about the modern...
He's another neo-reactionary, like, wait, who, Haas? I mean, I don't know if I'd put him on the neo-reactionary spectrum. Just, you'll understand, he's a third positionist trying to pretend to be a leftist. Or he wouldn't say leftist, right? He would say, he's a real communist, right? Unlike the rest of everybody who's like a, fake, you're actually a liberal, but he's the real communist when the whole time he's really a Duganite, right? He's really like a third positionist. Or if you really want to take Dugan seriously, you'd call him a fourth positionist, right? The fourth political theory. Okay, so fourth positionist. We're gonna have to get into this more. I'm gonna have to explain to you the roots of Haas, the roots of Dugan, all this stuff.
Progressive movement. Yeah, this is a shrimp. And, your opinions of.
Oh my god, it's double Ireneception.
This is, whether you think
this is. But anyway, he's arguing with one of, I don't know if it's his community member, or if it's maybe it's somebody from the Vosh community. It's a trans person from the Vosh community. And this person's trying to call him out for being a reactionary. And he's like, I don't know what you mean that I'm a reactionary. Well, you're transphobic. What do you mean? I don't have a problem with trans people. I have a problem with gender freaks or something. Right? He's doing that. He's playing that kind of game. So I'm like, all right, dude's a fucking trans med then. Like, is that what you're going to say? You're okay with trans people as long as they assimilate into... And in reality, he's not. He's not even afraid. He's not even okay with gay people. He's not even okay with Jewish people, right? There's nothing about this guy that's not super reactionary, but at this time, he came from a place called Lefty Pole. And Lefty Pole was a little bit edgy, could be a little bit reactionary, depending on, what part of Lefty Pole. But, they weren't Haas. And he's basically trying to fit in with them to get his, viewers from Lefty Pole until he takes his turn, his reactionary turn, and he gets big enough where he can kick all those people out and go full MAGA communist. This is prior to Haas coming out as being a MAGA communist. He's still trying to call himself he's a real communist, not like all you fake communists out there.
Shrimp right here. Certain things are fundamentally liberal values, or whether you think that they have a place in modern communist state.
Era that was centered around.
Okay, so that was really diplomatic, considering who the fuck I'm talking to. Okay.
I think Stalin was one of the most exemplary individuals, not only in the history.
Okay, so this is not
chat, and yes, that is a donation from apartheid anime girl herself.
A shrimp.
How do you feel?
Apartheid anime girl tried to ingratiate herself into my community.
But in the
Steven,
history
are
of
you
mankind,
listening?
I think Stalin was the.
Do I have to do all your research for you? Are you fucking listening?
Trans people?
Okay, now he's
transgender people.
Because he would have murdered.
He's gonna play nice.
I don't think Stalin would have murdered you, Taryn.
Well, then why did he murder so many trans people?
Did he murder so many trans people? I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, so anyway, this no comment check. She's going through. She's talking shit. What? Tell us more, Haas.
What she's saying? She was like, "Oh, Haas. I'm interested to know what your views on cultural politics are, Haas." and I want to corner you when you say some shit so I can.
I said anything.
He was playing a game at this time, and I fucking called him out. God damn. God damn. Even back then, I didn't miss. Even back then, I didn't miss, right? I pegged this guy. I pegged this guy for a reactionary, for a social conservative, back before he was being, you know, out about it, right? Back when he was still trying to play this game, when he was trying to walk this line, right? And people like Vosh would be like, oh, he's a tanky, and it's like, I know, I've dealt with tankies before, and they don't actually. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing where I have to find myself defending like Marxist-Leninists, you know, considering the issues that I've had with a lot of people from that particular leaning, right? And say, no, they are not the same as MAGA communists. No, they are not the same as infrared Haas, right? It's a weird position to find myself in. But I mean, like, you know, God. I pegged this guy. NCC 2024, that's right.
But that I wanted to corner you. I mean, you deserve to be fucking cornered. You deserve to be pinned down. You are a weaselly little liar, sir, okay? And you deserve to be fucking deconstructed in front of a live studio audience, Haas, but you're not gonna get that. You know, like that kind of karma is not in the cards, okay? But yeah, no, I would like you to answer a few questions.
I need some green tea. Look at that. I'm drinking green tea, chat. I had a lot more money at this point. I mean, it's all from student loans, but...
Pin down Uwu. Oh my god. No, let's not Uwu around Haas. He thinks, like, look, we're gonna get into this. But I just want to...
I mean, chat, this is why debate bros are afraid of me. Right? I went hard on these motherfuckers. I went ham on these motherfuckers.
Make it really clear, because he likes to throw accusations of sex pestery around, and I don't even know what it's about, but I've heard him call multiple people.
So a lot in the same ways that conservatives call like trans people groomers, or any kind of, you know, if you're into kink or if you're into this or that, you know, they'll make weird, like, you know, insinuations about, you know, your intentions. He is like saying that people, because I'm wearing like at this time like grommets, right, that are kind of like, I guess, BDSM inspired. They've got like those D clips on them and shit like that. He's like, oh, she's a sex pest because my outfit is like in some way like turning him on or making him think of sex. He's you know, his attack was like sex pest, right? I'm sorry, Haas. You being turned on by my freaking outfit, which is fashion. It's not a fucking invitation. It's not anything like that. It says more about Haas than it really does about me.
Like, you know, sex pests or something. And then he said something about that, like, the things that I wear are like, that I'm wearing my sexuality on the outside, and it's like a thing that it's like that dressing like this in some way violates his consent. So Haas, don't worry, I find you vile and repulsive.
Yeah, Hot Topic is kinky, basically.
Okay. And it has nothing to do with the way you look. It has to do with what's in your dark little heart, Haas. It has to do with that right there, okay? So just so you know that, just so we're really clear, and nobody thirst over Haas in chat, or else he'll call you a sex pest. Because that is the kind of weird fucking champ that he is. That, like, if he gets, like, turned on by what somebody's wearing or something like that, that he, like, all of a sudden it's on them. That's fucking creepy behavior. And luckily, Steven finally distanced himself from Haas. Finally said, you know, platforming this guy is not a good idea. I don't know if he watched my stuff. I don't know if he's aware of my opinions about that. But yeah, Steven has...
So for the record, yeah, Destiny has watched my stuff before. When I'm saying Steven, I'm talking about Destiny, because at this point, I think I've dealt with him. I mean, I've, you know, disagreed with him on a lot, but he has been on my stream at this point to try to advocate for the cancellation of Demon Mama. Not for any real reason, right? There are real problems with Demon Mama, but because that Demon Mama called him transphobic, and she might get him canceled. She might make him lose a sponsorship, right? We can't have Demon Mama.
Has realized his mistake in just like kind of bringing him on and, you know, playing now he wants to play pleady face with Mel instead. So
look, I got like nothing going on YouTube and like all kinds of shit going on Twitch.
That's good
at this point.
Steven, actually, I think that Mel, like, whatever you think about, you know, and I've been this is the other thing that I've gotten blown up about today, is like everybody thinks that, like, you know, everybody it's not Vosh, though. I fucking talked to Vosh, and Vosh is 100% fine with me. Vosh does not have a problem.
This changed. This changed drastically when I started to get critical of Vosh, right?
With me.
But yeah, Vosh used to hang out in my fucking stream.
Vosh does not think that...
to reply to me on Twitter, and I didn't even know what he was doing, right? I post these lizards on my Twitter, and he's like, "Excuse me, ma'am, are these your lizards?" And I'm like, "Yes," right? But I didn't realize that he's memeing about the lizard that he put on his dick. Right? He's got a tweet or a Discord, you know, thing where he's talking about putting lizards on his... He says that he put a lizard on his dick and it licked it. Like, I didn't realize that he's bringing me into this, like, gross quasi-zoophilic, you know, meme of his, right? I just think, oh yeah, he's a fan of reptiles, right? I don't know. God damn. Calling him Steven after meeting him, that's interesting. Yeah. No, I didn't know what I was dealing with at this point, but you see, like, Destiny and Mecha, what's her name? Mecha Random something or other? Mecha Random 3K? I can't remember. You get Alex Jones, Destiny, and Mecha Random in my friendship meme down below. Like, that's how my stream used to look like.
I'm like shitting on him. Vosh does not think that I'm a fucking genocide apologist, okay? It's his fucking stands. There's some fucking stands out there that if I...
This is me reacting to getting canceled by Vosh stands.
I don't 100% fall in line.
We're talking to a Twitter person that, you know, somebody that I've disagreed with and actually I think blocks me now, right? But they were like, you talk to her, genocide apologist.
With their daddy, who doesn't give a fuck about me. Honestly, Vosh could give a fuck. Vosh, you know, Vosh is not, like, my problem. It's the fucking little...
No, apparently armpit hair is your problem.
Vosh Juniors out there. I have absolutely fucking no patience for.
Black, you know, like some dumb fucking bullshit. Let me give PSA announcement.
Okay, so yeah, Haas is talking about me during this whole stream that he's doing, and he's got like a stick. He's got this big weird stick thing, and he's like swinging it around and shit. He's doing like weird violent shit while he's talking about me. It's kind of disconcerting. It's kind of scary.
Of all those marginalized identities, let me tell you something.
Wait, did I just roast what? Did you just roast past you a little bit?
Out of all those marginalized identities, the real one that they're trying to defend is not included. It's a hidden one.
Are you ready for this, chat? Spicy take incoming. Should we put this on screen? I think I have a spicy take in here somewhere. Here we go. Get ready. Get ready, chat. Get ready. Are you ready? Are you ready for Haz's spicy take? It's coming. Who's the real marginalized...
Do we still have spicy takes on in Twitch chat and in YouTube chat? Do we still have spicy take as an emote?
Group that's hiding behind all the other marginalized groups, Haz.
Assumed one. Ready? It's the cringe one. Let me tell you something.
The cringe. So cringe as a marginalized group. Wait a minute. Who's telling me about cringe? Who's talking about cringe? Is it baby Huey over here telling me about fucking cringe? Hey, guess what, Haz? We're on YouTube. So I can call you what you are, and I can talk about your community as what they are. You got big incel energy, okay, dude? Big creep energy, big just like, you know, you are...
There's nothing about being gay that makes it necessary to look like a fucking weirdo and idiot. There's nothing about being transgender that necessitates you to look like the Chaz mugshot freakazoids.
Oh my god. No context chick is in chat. I hope she doesn't clip me. So sorry, the other VGG folks are giving you flack. It's not all of them. I shouldn't even...
For the record chat, no context chick was my mods who made an account to clip me out of context.
I hate it. Like, I don't know. Like when a bunch of people that are fucking with you come from a community, you tend to start thinking bad things about the community. I obviously know that VGG is like a large place and it's ideologically diverse, just like we are. We have a lot of different views.
Ew, I was a little ideologically diverse. My community was. I had like, I don't know. I think I should have gatekept more, right? I had like Destiny fans in there. I had Vosh fans. I was just all like, hey, we can all get along. We might not agree on everything. I might think that you're kind of reactionary and shitty, but we can hang out, we can chill. Oh my god, what a mistake. That's how you end up with apartheid anime girl. That's how you end up with apartheid anime girl in your fucking chat, donating $5. Wait, where's the Jimmy? Oh, it's coming up here.
That's something meant to establish it. Like...
Bread tubers are all weirdos, says Jimmy 100 Salami.
That's a member, that's a real member of Haz's community, right? That their name is motherfucking name, Jimmy 100 Salami.
Totally normal dude, Jimmy 100 Salami, sitting in front of his computer in the middle of the day watching Haz.
Genuine intimacy.
Oh my god. Is that, wait, is that a Rhodesia stand? Is that like some kind of reference? I just thought it was weird because it was Jimmy 100 Salami. Oh my god. So anyway, yeah, this is, I have had issues with you know, at the you know, at the time I was having issues with what? Vosh's community, Destiny's community trying to cancel me. Both of them at the same time for the same thing, for talking to this one person that I no longer talk to because she blocks me along with the rest of Tanky Twitter, right? This is the thing. I'm always getting, like, you know, tagged for association with somebody that I actually am at odds with, right? With somebody I don't fucking agree with. I'm always either getting called like a Tanky by this side or a fucking, I don't know, by this side. It's just like, it's so fucking frustrating. Maoist icon NCC, yeah. Jimmy Salami over here, right? Anyway, chat, yeah, so I have dealt with Haz. There's also so I never debated the guy, but he did come into my chat and try to debate me. I told him that he would have to pay me $200. Right? And the reason was, unlike Vosh and Destiny and all these other jackasses that chomped at the bit to get a debate against Haz because they thought he's a big funny tanky guy, I knew he was a Nazi, and I don't fucking platform Nazis. I don't debate Nazis. I don't talk to Nazis, not even to dunk on them, all right? There has never been a Nazi on my fucking stream. Imagining a Lolicon Rhodesia fan, oh, as Jimmy Salami 100, probably. But yeah, that's what's going on, and doesn't look like we're gonna hit the sub goal tonight. We're at 62%, so close and yet so far from being able to see extra content and finding out what the Foo Fighters. Why are the Foo Fighters denying AIDS? What is that about? I guess we'll have to wait until some other time to find out. But it has been lovely hanging out with all of you tonight. Let me read some more chat. NCC chat is kind of freaky compared to what I regularly deal with. Wait, what? People are being freaky? Is it because I'm talking about weird stuff in against Haas? It's weird to confront yourself from September 18th, 2021. Although, honestly, I think that the stream happened probably, like, in April of 2021. He said the lizard on his dick thing was a joke, and it never actually happened. He did? Well, he's pulling me into a joke about... right, I made a tweet about a lizard, and he, like, uses it as an opportunity to make that joke about the meme where the lizard licks him. And I didn't even realize that he's pulling me into a zoophilia meme. Was this in 2019? No, it's 2021. I don't think I was a streamer back then. Behind the Bastard podcast is very informative about Yarvin. They do have a new Curtis Yarvin. In fact, 2 episodes on Curtis Yarvin. Fourth wave feminism? Absolutely explodes his brain to get bodied by a woman. It did. He really did not take it well. That I didn't even fucking bring him. He thought he thought he could get on my stream and debate me. And I'm just like, no, you're a fucking fascist. I'm not debating you, jackass. And I go over and expose, like, Haas, what is a Duganite, right? Do you want to tell me? And he just hems and he haws, and I'm like, oh, okay. Looks like it's related to third positionism. You want to explain that to me? You know, like, right, I started asking him questions about his actual ideology, which nobody in the space actually knew. Everybody just took him when he said I'm a tanky. Everybody's like, all right, I guess he's a tanky. Who the fuck would call themselves a tanky? Oh, love me pull? No, it's lefty pull. But yeah, I guess I've changed a lot in, oh my god, chat, 3 years. This is fully 3 years ago. It's a more bougie cosplay version of Irene. There's so much NCC lore that I need to catch up on. I don't know, I might need to do, like, lore videos. Right, because if you get my lore from elsewhere, you're going to hear some really weird things. You get it from Dylan's people, you're going to hear that I somehow made fun of Dylan's attempt on his life, which, if you know me, you know that I wouldn't do that. Dylan himself said that that wasn't true. But yeah, somehow it just got picked up and fucking and repeated ad nauseum. Right? That I'm going to fucking make fun of somebody for, you know, attempting their own life, right? It's just like... But it's super bad faith. If you say anything bad about their fucking parasocial fave, they will just lie about you. I mean, look at the way that, like, even like somebody like Bad Empanada, right? Which I've dealt with Bad Empanada. He is a piece of shit in a lot of ways. Right? He's not somebody that, like, he still hasn't apologized for calling Zara an idiot because Zara told him that Keffels was no good. Right? He was donating to fucking Keffels and being like, I can't believe that people are saying bad things about Keffels. Am I doing his voice right? No, that's like a no, Mecha Random. That's the girl with the red hair is Mecha Random. She's some kind of like fandom menace person. Reading through chat. MAGA communists be like a younger NCC. Yeah, slightly. Hey, what's up, Simon? VGG was a large place at the time. Yeah, there was probably a lot more diverse. There was maybe people that were more intersectional. This was before Bosch had really, you know, done the tactical misogyny and attacked Cat Black and a lot of, you know, done all the racist shit. feel like diversity is a strength, multiplicity of views. Well, diversity, yeah. Ideological diversity, though, is a weird kind of, I don't know, I guess you'd call it like a philosophical fetish. Like, for instance, we wouldn't want to, like, entertain, like, Destiny fans in here. The way that I used to just kind of be like, yeah, come on in, the more the merrier. Been fetishized by that type so much. I want to know the lore from VGG. What does VGG think about me? Oh my god. I think they just think that I have Vosh derangement syndrome. Can't gauge Bad Empanada. Look, like, I mean, well, what I was trying to go with Bad Empanada is that Vosh and his community and a lot of his orbiters have fucking lied about the guy, including Keffels. Keffels is probably the worst offender. And the reason is because Bad Empanada is such a fucking mess on Twitter, specifically, and he gets into so many fights, and there's so many people that just kind of, like, write him off, that they can just literally be like, oh yeah, this guy got kicked out of... I'd give money for NCC against VGG lore. Oh, thank you, Simon. I will add that to the dono goal. The ill-fated dono goal. It's at 64% now. Like, is Bad Empanada, like Norm Finkelstein, good on world events, but hella transphobic? You know what? I don't know if I put that evil on Bad Empanada. But his issue was that nobody could tell him that he was wrong in supporting Keffels, right? Including, like, black people who had seen Keffels at her most racist. And you know, like, honestly, Black Twitter was kind of like the first to warn everybody about Keffels, back when everybody was, like, super positive about Keffels and viewed Keffels as some kind of, like, quasi-messianic figure that could do no wrong, because indeed Keffels was attacked by some pretty bad people. And the sort of knee-jerk response was to support Keffels, you know, with no scrutiny at all. And, you know, despite her supporting a lot of fucked up racist shit. Bad Empanada isn't transphobic. Yeah, that's what I'm... well, so his issue was that instead of listening to Zara saying that Keffels is not great, Bad Empanada told Zara that she was a moron. And when I came in to be like, hey, that's, you know, Zara's actually got a point, and also she's my friend, don't you know, like, don't call my friend a fucking moron because she disagrees with you, you know, especially when she's right. Bad Empanada's reaction was to block me. Now, I don't fucking hate the dude. I just sort of cut off any contact with him at that point, and with the, you know, caveat being that he owes Zara an apology. Right? And I don't think that she's going to get it. Now realizes that Keffels fucking lied about him. Keffels did all kinds of weird stuff. In fact, you know, if you asked Bad Empanada, he would say that he was sexually harassed by Keffels. I didn't look into that. Where's the like implication of Bad Empanada being transphobic coming from, though? Because I didn't say that. All right. He's actually done 1 or 2 videos on things like, you know, the actual origins of the word Latinx, which gets demonized, right? His haters would call him transphobic. That's true. That's true. And look, I've seen him be, I don't know, sex-phobic, right? I've definitely seen him do that. I've seen him start shit with trans streamers for seemingly no reason. But yeah, as far as like him coming out and saying transphobic shit, I haven't seen that from him. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, there's a lot of like VGG and DGG traffic in lies against people that are perceived as the enemies of the streamers that those communities surround, right? So, you know, you're going to hear a lot of lies from that community. That was a good video. Yeah. I'm thinking that the Rebecca Watson is a good one too. We did miss it. It looks like by 36%. Even though that's what people voted for, 32% to 29%, and then really donated for. So sorry for all the people that donated to see Foo Fighters' AIDS Denialism. We didn't quite make it tonight, but we'll try again tomorrow. Right, I'll keep that on the list for tomorrow, and maybe we'll hit it that time. If sex stopped being a requirement for adulthood, a lot of these assholes would chill and fuck off. Oh, you mistakenly made that claim. No, that's okay. I mean, look, I mean, you're gonna hear a lot of shit, and that's the thing about Pat Empanada, right? There's like, you know, I've seen him be an absolute asshole. Yeah, asshole. I don't think he'd even disagree with that characterization. I think if you asked him if he was an asshole, he would say yes. Like, right? You know, does he take things too far? Sure. Does he sometimes seem to start drama for drama's sake? Yeah, I've seen him do that, but I've also seen a lot of people fucking lie about the guy. In fact, I've been there, you know, where Shark's trying to spread stuff about like he left Australia because he had some kind of sex charge against him. And this is, from what I can tell, this is something that I think actually Apartheid Anime Girl, who Shark is unfortunately pretty close to, just started about Bad Empanada, probably because she gets criticism from him. And that's the problem with Whiteleaf. They support each other because they're in this mutual, like, kind of circle jerk. Omega Star with the $9.99 super sticker. Oh my god, that's an awesome one, too. It's like a hippo turning its hat around and then going like that. I hate this shit. Trans people can be criticized like everyone. Yeah, but there's ways to start to harness transphobia against a trans streamer, just like there's ways to harness racism against a black content creator, just like there's ways to harness homophobia against a gay creator that people can and do get away with. Oh, Ophelia, you're speaking my language. Now we're talking about intersectionality. A lot of white women, trans women think they can't be racist. That's a good point. There's a lot of that. In fact, that's a big part of the Vosh community is white trans women that think that they can't be racist because they're part of a marginalized group. Have a blind spot when it comes to perpetuating that shit. And unfortunately, there's a lot of leftist content creators that think that they can't be transphobic. Or think that because it's like dwelling in the realm of implicit bias that it's not really transphobia. They haven't came out and called somebody the T-slur. It's to add to the discussion. No, I'm actually agreeing with you, Ophelia. I'm agreeing with you here. Right? This is like the whole fucking Keffels cult is like that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't tip. I'm painting with a really broad brush here. I'm not saying that anybody who's ever supported Keffels is racist. I just mean that racism is permitted, way too permitted within that community and not recognized as what it is. And often just memed away. Some people will say, well, yeah, Vosh tried to hide behind the identity of the trans people in his community when Ethan was criticizing him for having that like lowly horse stuff in his tax folders, right? He turns it into like, oh, I guess you're criticizing, you know, you're coming at me with transphobia because my community's got trans people. I honestly thought I was good on race stuff. Now I'm in an interracial interaction relationship. Has been humbling. Yeah, oh my god. See, like, this is the thing about racism that people don't recognize. Instead, people want to think of it as like you are racist or you're not. And if you are racist, like, you literally, think less of people purely based on their race, right? And if you don't think that, then you're not racist at all. When in reality, there's very few of us that don't harbor some sort of implicit bias. And it's implicit because we don't recognize it. We don't realize it. It's unconscious, but it still operates and it still hurts POC. And that's how, racism is still enacted without, what you'd call like an out and out racist, without somebody, being like consciously, purposefully racism. A lot of people confuse racism with being mean to somebody about their race, when in actuality racism isn't limited to that. If you want more on this, watch my video on the cost of doing business by Innuendo Studios. I talk about that a lot, and it's important to acknowledge that there's a difference between recognizing whiteness as a social construct and being able to deconstruct it in a way to where there's no that our socially constructed whiteness isn't harming POC. Honestly, thought I was seen plenty of young people admit as we deal with white supremacist shit that we've been drilled into our head. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I figured out. You meant. Admitting that you have a racial bias in your brain doesn't mean you're a bad person. It's the first step. It's the first step to trying to deconstruct that. And as far as the total deconstruction, yeah, because people confuse whiteness with your phenotype, right? My whiteness is not my skin. My whiteness is a concept that I've internalized and that I've been brought up in, and that even if I recognize it as I do now, that's not tantamount to deconstructing it and, and getting past it. And I just don't know many people who have, or I don't know anybody who has, honestly. I think it's a lifelong process that doesn't necessarily, get finished. Like, to see it as something that was done to me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's a real tricky thing to understand. Whiteness, right? But when you talk about it, and people, I'm trying to remember. There was a whole discourse, around there was a streamer, who on Twitch who brought in the concept, some concepts from Afro-pessimism, and was talking about them on stream, and some little drama weasel saw her stream and thought that she was advocating that white people should unalive themselves in order to somehow help POC, and it just completely misses the point. Completely misses the point. People are so hung up on feeling like they're a bad person for having implicit racialist beliefs. Yeah, to the point where they want to deny that they're there. Yeah, it's definitely a lifelong process. But yeah, look, if we're stuck in this conception of you're either racist or you're not, and when I say racist, I mean you have conscious feelings of superiority of white people and inferiority of non-white people, right? If you're saying that those are the only people that are racist, you are going to stay racist, and not just racist, but racist in a dangerous way, racist in a way that is more likely to cause harm, racist in a way that is more likely to perpetuate systemic oppression. People like Vosh exactly try to give a shortcut when it comes to these things. That's why I hate him. For all of Shane Gillis's faults, he did have a good bit where he was making fun of white people for saying I'm not racist, if you are or aren't, rather than being something for you to work on. Yeah. What's bad is when people take you talking about whiteness as you talking about the top of the hour ad break, which comes up every hour at the top of the hour and lasts for 3 whole minutes. Unless you're smart enough to get yourself a Twitch Prime sub. No, that wasn't me. I can't take credit for that. That was or else ellipsis debating me into the top of the hour ad break. Which is actually, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, we were 3 minutes off or else ellipsis. We were 3 minutes off or else it would have been perfect. But anyway, chat, we're gonna try again to hit that dono goal. I'll keep Foo Fighters, AIDS Denialism on the list. Noah Samson versus Anti-Bread Tube seem to have a lot. Should we take off Sunday versus FD Signifier? I feel like people want to see the Legal Eagle thing. We're also going to go over another Legal Eagle that's going to be about P. Diddy. Legal Eagle's got a video about P. Diddy. I have my Twitch account subbed to NCC on my Twitch Prime thing, but here I am but a pleb. Well, no, you've got a wrench. He's saying if you're not nice to white people, if you're not coddling their feelings, if you ask them to do the work, then you're a bad leftist. Fuck you. Oh, yeah, no, he's literally saying that you're the wrecker. Right? You got to understand that solidarity does not mean marginalized people shutting the fuck up and, you know, catering to the feelings of privileged people. It's got to be the other way around. That's the only way that it works. And if you're, you know, arguing it from like a practicality perspective, you got to understand that this movement, and I mean the larger liberatory movement, does not move forward without the involvement and enfranchisement of marginalized people, right? People that know how to actually dismantle the master's house are people that have had that boot on their you know, on their neck most acutely. I think people are tired of Sunday. Yeah, I'm a little tired of Sunday too. I feel like even Sunday is tired of Sunday at this point. If Vosh is claiming to do... And look, when I'm talking about other streamers that are kind of shitty, I'm always doing that to illustrate a greater point. It's never personal. It's never spiteful. It's never vindictive. I don't have, like, fucking vendettas, right? Like when somebody like Dylan Burns, when I recognize that they have, you know, essentially admitted the thing that I was trying to get them to recognize, even if they didn't say it didn't come with an apology and an NCC was right, I move the fuck on. I move the fuck on, right? I heard Dylan basically recognize the problem that I was trying to bring up to him in our debate on a stream with Xanderhall. So I was like, at that point, whatever, he gets it now. Right, that's all I really cared about. That's all. It's always to either, you know, for didactic purposes, you know, for the purposes of illustrating a point, for the purposes of teaching, for the purposes of bringing attention to important issues, or it's to, you know, make something better, to you know, help somebody that's got a platform that could either that's maybe doing some harm and could be you know, helping instead. Recognize that, right? That's, you know, that's where the drama comes from on my end. And I don't think that a lot of people quite got that. I think it was way easier for them to demonize me and to you know, cast me as some kind of an insane person, right? Rather than actually deal with the point that I was bringing up. That Sunday is all melted. It's no good. Yeah. Sunday fatigue syndrome. And look, like I said, not everything about Sunday is bad, right? I find myself agreeing with him sometimes. Sometimes he's kind of based. But yeah, he's also kind of an A-log. He kind of gets obsessed with people. And I never want to be like that. He's not really even a real sundae. He's just a melted milkshake. Somebody tried to dress up with some sprinkles and a cherry. Where does it, like, for the record, all right, I don't have like a problem with him. You know, I have a problem with him being an asshole to me, but he has a problem with me, and that's why he's an asshole to me, right? But yeah, I mean, with especially with people that I agree with on you know, a good bit of like a large number of things. I'm not trying to have fucking fights. I'm not trying to be at each other's throat. So I had some people get mad at me once for admitting that I tip BIPOC servers more than white servers. Tried to explain that it's because BIPOC people in the service industry generally get less tips. Probably true. But they were like, if you believe in equality, you would tip everyone the same. So that's a difference between equity and equality. But yeah, anyway, chat, I'm gonna get to bed now, and we'll stream again tomorrow. We've got a lot to talk about. I got started late, so anyway, don't feel weird about the dono goal. That's more my fault than anybody else's fault. It's my fault for not getting to stream on time, and if I'm gonna get to stream on time, the important thing is getting to bed on time and having time to take care of all the things that I need to take care of, and hopefully time to do more editing. I've got 2 videos in the works that are it's going to be the my reaction to the Tyler Loanerbox debate, and my reaction to who was it? Oh yeah, Frank Luntz. We're gonna do more politics videos too, because those are starting to pop off for me. So much love, everybody. Take care of yourself and each other, and we'll be back tomorrow for more great streaming. Good night, everybody. Wait, do we want... Oh god, I keep on forgetting. Twitch has this thing. Twitch has this feature that I'm supposed to utilize, and I always forget about. Oh my god, well, I'm not going to utilize it tonight because we've got, like... But maybe I should anyway. If I keep on giving all these signals that I'm about to log off, then people leave before... if I can find a small streamer, I will send you in their direction. Look at this. There we go. One great Earth. You're getting one great raid. Enjoy. We're raiding. I probably raided too early. Anyway, chat. Good night, everybody. Sleep tight. I will see you all tomorrow. Meow meow.